Hello, 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 and welcome to another one line of code. I am invisible. How are you doing on this wonderful Friday? What amazing times we are having. Hey, I am no longer indivisible. I learned how to materialize in 3D. Oh. So hi, happy Friday to you. I am trying to get organized after that little situation. We'll take a look at what the Windows update was, at least try to track it down. Until then, I have some things to clean up. So the problem, I don't know if this is a problem really. The thing that I do is if I know that I have a little bit more time to continue doing work before doing something like starting a community day stream, I will continue to do work. And I won't do anything related to the stream that I could have done in preparation for the stream. Instead, I chose to work all the way up until pretty much 11 o'clock when I pushed the start button. And yeah. So I'm still doing the setup stuff for the stream. Currently, I'm running into an issue where I cannot hear the music from my headphones. And I see the meter moving, so it should be playing on stream. But for whatever reason, it is acting like my headphones are not set as my listening device. But I can hear them from the PC. So OBS does not want to play, well, and now the song is fading out. I'm like, why is the meter going down? OBS does not want to output the sound from that device. Monitor off, monitor and output. And it worked just now. Great. So I have had to in the past toggle monitor off and then monitor and output back on, and it worked. So I'm doing that for all of my audio sources, closing that tab, heading over to Discord, hopping into the stream room so that when we go to the next screen, I am ready to say Community Day has officially started. So, Today is Community Day. Fridays are community days on this channel, and what that means is that I open the Discord voice channel for any of you to join if you so feel like, to bring up topics, conversations, and stuff related to the content of this channel, software development, technology, maybe some opinions on the current status of technologies and how they are affecting people. But I try to keep it away from things that I don't know about, I don't know too much about, or can't really formulate opinions on, or can't really, what's the word I'm looking for? Things that I struggle to moderate. Such as in political conversations, differences in nationalities, genders, and I do a terrible job when it comes to some of those topics. I love talking about personalities. It's not really something this channel is centered around, but it is something that I'm centered around, which is understanding how people work and how to work with people, knowing myself and my own personality. And so I've done a lot of research on it, and yeah. So that conversation I tend to go a little bit overboard with. So I would like us to try to keep it more on the software technology aspect of things. That said, hi Dukesoft, hi Mojo. For the technology space, let's look at the Windows updates history. Okay. History. What did I just add? It can't be this, because this was on the 20th. And is this in date order? This is in date order. That wasn't a driver update. This is yesterday. Today's the 24th, right? Yeah. Oh, and also, being Community Day, I did say you can join Discord voice channel. This is how you do it, and just let me know. But you don't have to do that. If you still want to participate in Community Day and you don't want your voice coming through on stream, then feel free to just chat. We are open for hearing your conversations, your topics. Mojo says VR gaming, for example. What about VR gaming in particular? This is today. A configuration update? Would that really have taken that long? And this is March 26th of last year. All the games are lackluster. True. I agree with you. I mean, I can't say all of them. I haven't really played any, but from seeing stuff, like, I watch game trailers quite often, and the VR ones are just underwhelming. Very, very underwhelming. Well, then again, games have been less and less appealing to me lately. Probably because I am getting older, maybe. I still absolutely love story-based RPGs that are pretty much just cutscene after cutscene, and you play a little bit and then you do cutscene and then you play a little bit more and then you get a massive cutscene. So kind of interactive movies. Marcus says they just make me feel dizzy. VR gaming feels like it's still cashing in on the novelty. True. And like, the thing that I would really, really, really like to see happen more often, or the direction that I would like to see this go, both VR and AR, so any mixed reality, any augmented reality, extended reality stuff, is something that just helps us automate life, automate tasks, enhancing our access to metadata for the things that we have, like the apps that are how much calories can I burn by drinking this bottle of water, and it's like, well, its temperature is currently this, your body temperature is this, and you will be, anyway, stuff like that. just those little things that are like adding that layer of metadata onto our physical reality that we experience and making it just that much better. Mojo says, I've been tempted to do Skyrim in VR. I have a Quest 3, so they have all the metadata on me. Looking at you. Anyway, that was actually pretty funny. I liked it. Okay. So the new end date for this update is June 24th. Yeah. Does anyone know how I can find out what Windows updates were recently installed other than this update history? Because the latest update in here is this Windows configuration update, knowledge base 5035942, uninstall Windows, obviously. And that took me to, why do you keep opening in this browser? That took me to this article. And this article is an update from March 26, 2024. I know I have multiple accounts. With this release date, which means I most likely would have installed it by now. I'm pretty sure I am on 22H2 Insider. I don't think I want to open my system info on this screen. Why is it so hard for me to think about? There we go. Okay, so I am on Windows 11 23H2 is what I'm on. Installed on 1/24/2025. So the thing that I just installed was the 23H2 update. Yeah, it's kind of weird because I'm pretty sure that I have Insider. I'm subscribed to the Insider feed? What are they called? Channel. The Insider channel. No, I'm not. Although now it says I am. What? So I clicked on the Insider program to see if I was already opted in, and it's telling me that I wasn't. So 24H2 came out on October 20th. You're a full year behind. Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with being a year behind the update because that hopefully means that it's more stable. There were more security patches for it, and it's more secure and stable. Nerdharder says diskpart delete disk 0 will fix everything. All right, let me try that. I don't know what it does, but I'm just gonna try it because I trust you, Nerdharder. Do I need to be in a different disk? Notice I'm in administrator mode, so here we go. Didn't work. Didn't work. You won't be disappointed. It's okay. Everything is fine. This is fine. Okay, well, there we go. Now we know what I installed today on accident. 23H2. like when I went to the Windows Update thing to push the restart button, it said a couple of HP drivers because we just got a HP printer. And I was like, okay, that's fine. Those are going to update with the Windows Update. But I didn't read the last thing, and the last thing was most likely Windows 23H2 update. And then it took all day. So there we are. We're good to go. But anyway, once again, it is Community Day, so whatever topics you guys want to bring up, if you want to keep talking VR games, we can keep doing that. I am okay with it. The thing that I'm going to put on the thing I'm going to put on screen is the sample app for the data import library. One thing that I forgot to do in the sample app, so we're going to create a new branch for this, was the fix for if you go to the GitHub for this project. Yes, exactly. Oh my goodness. I want to do so many productivity type apps in augmented reality starting now, but the HoloLens is no longer supported, and I keep trying to do a Windows update on it, and it keeps blue screening. And yes, AR can blue screen. It is still Windows. Oh my gosh, it's so annoying. Pick up a physical folder, put it in trash to delete it. That'd be cool. Okay, so here is the data import library that we're working on. This will become a NuGet package that I will put out on NuGet. Yeah, the HoloLens itself. They stopped development on it, and I think they stopped supporting it. I don't remember where I saw this, but I know that I got super sad. So I know the mixed reality toolkit was no longer supported, although they did release an MRTK3, and there's like some other weird team that's half working on it. Yeah. Was it this thing that I read? Yeah, no sign of a replacement. And this thing was not cheap. I have already paid it off, but yeah, like it was a terrible series of events. First of all, the HoloLens, in my opinion, was going in the right direction. It's one of the augmented reality devices that I was like, you guys have put out a toolkit for me to use with popular game engines, 3D engines like Unity or Unreal, and you're giving me a design sheet on how to develop mixed reality applications, especially augmented reality applications. And this device viewport is bigger than the viewports of many other augmented reality devices. I won't name names, but there are a couple. And it runs Windows. So I can do .NET development for it, and it's already in my skill set without needing to do Android development or other non-Windows ARM development, which was good for me. But I'm still going to learn whatever it takes to develop the augmented reality apps. It's just... and I think OpenVR is what I should be using. But yeah, software support for the original HoloLens will end on December 10th. HoloLens 2. Yeah, so I was saying that the viewport is really nice. It's not the best, it's not the worst, but it's good enough, especially for productivity type applications. The weight of the device, still a little heavy if you're going to be wearing it all day, and just having to put something that big on your face in order to experience augmented reality type stuff is annoying. The other devices that are smaller form factor, again, they just aren't as easy to develop for and smooth. Although one of them is super smooth. But yeah, I think there was just something in one of these articles that pretty much said we are no longer going to support the HoloLens. Not just we aren't going to manufacture it, we aren't going to replace the HoloLens 2. I keep pointing over there because it's sitting right over there. We aren't going to replace the HoloLens 2. But yeah, the whole situation with Alex Kipman and just, yeah, all of that stuff. It was like, it was doomed. It was doomed. Plus, for whatever reason, the general public doesn't care about head-mounted displays, especially ones that are mostly pass-through. And yeah. Okay, but anyway, there is more. Oh, dude, the cost. Yeah, it was like $3,500 when I bought it for the development version. Developers version. Man, I am struggling to speak today. Marcus said it has still got Windows 10 running on it. Snobble said I bought a MetaQuest 1, now a waste as well. At least Microsoft focused their energy on those cloud boxes, says Mojo. Marcus said, hopefully the next version will be just some dark glasses. So, I mean, I guess to explore other augmented reality devices without picking any out to show favoritism. I mean, I almost always just call out the things that I like. But, I'm being slightly more careful today for some reason. I really don't have a reason to, but I'm being slightly more careful with what I'm calling out. So, number one, most people have first experiences with AR being on a tablet or other 2D screen. So that's not great for AR to prove what AR can actually do. Two, augmented reality has these massive headgear that you have to wear. So yeah, so here's some from November. I believe these are the... You're not even going to tell us what product they are? I don't know what these are then. I don't think I've seen this one. But yeah, so there's the Magic Leap, for example, as a smaller form factor and pretty powerful. I honestly have not been keeping up with it, mostly because they have an entirely different way to develop for it that I wasn't interested in learning. But I believe you can still use Unity to do development applications for it. And then there's, of course, the Aliens versus Predator. Sorry, Apple Vision Pro. Which cost an arm and a leg and a child. And why? Oh, this is just AR on Apple devices in general. So that's one thing. But they have the Apple Vision Pro, which is a head mount device that they made a lot of artistic choices. They made a lot of artistic choices, and I'm going to call them artistic choices because they are not functional in any way. They weren't with the end user in mind. They're like, it would be cool if we made it do it. You had to do it this way. But anyway, I just wanted to see the price, and of course they're not going to show you the price because it's $3,500 as well. Yeah, it does cost the same as the HoloLens. It's only MetaQuest that kind of successful. Yeah, I think so. So even the mixed reality headsets like the HP I used to know the name of it, but the HP one and isn't there one other Windows mixed reality headset that I can't think of off the top, or maybe there's a bunch, but there's only two. I get the feeling there were only two that were semi-popular. But like the thing that I don't get is why can't we... Two primary things that I would love with both VR and AR. One, instead of trying to put a whole computer inside of a device, you still use your primary gaming PC, because most people that want these types of things already have a gaming PC. Sell a light display device that you wear on your face, and pretty much stream from your PC, local network, 5G plus, or even provide an Ethernet port in case you do want that. What are we at? Ethernet 6E? Cat 6E? There's Cat 6A. Yeah, 6E. Is there such thing as Cat 7? Maybe we're at Cat 7. Oh, yeah. And even further. Okay, so it's possible that we have gotten to a point where you would have like zero latency between having a Ethernet connected device with your home network. Yeah, so why not have that? And then of course Wi-Fi has gotten super duper fast, low latency. Why not have that on the device, and then you could have the option to stream remotely as well, and then or some kind of hybrid device that has both the Qualcomm processor and whatever kind of mobile graphics card type of stuff, or holographic processing unit, or whatever on device, but still have the option to use your primary PC as your powerhouse. Oh no, being tethered has a long way to go, I feel. Yeah, I think so. I've accidentally hit my monitors a lot this month, says Mojo. No. That does not sound good. Marcus says, I even have to use USB from my microphone, otherwise I lose a lot of recognition functionality. Exactly. So like, even if you use Bluetooth right now, that's not a great experience. There's so much loss and lag. So give us some options for being able to use our local network resources easier, as well as, just use my computer as the processing for a HoloLens, and don't put the HoloLens, or don't make the HoloLens a full computer in itself, as one option. And of course another option would be completely mobile HoloLens or whatever device, because allegedly there isn't going to be another HoloLens. But those are just my thoughts and opinions. Please continue to share yours. Mojo said, I did see someone on Reddit have a nice tethered setup. They had a headset on wires on an arm. Yes, or on top of a down thing. So it's kind of like body rigging for movies and stuff, where it's got this arm and then the tether goes through that and then down, and then that tether it's on a spring so that it retracts itself as you move around, so that it always stays up, but it's not so much tension that it's pulling on the headset. But it's still annoying to have tether at all. But at the same time, we don't have good enough technology that would be a better option than tethering. Actually, we do, but it's just not released. Whatever. But I didn't know that. Maybe Cat 7 was around for a long time. When did Cat 7 come out? Because I think, oh geez, maybe a little while, 2002. And 2016 Cat 8, really? Wow. And Cat 9 exists. Oh geez. What are your speeds? Still 10 gigs. Okay. But why is it better than the previous versions, I guess? Cat 10? Oh, okay. This is in the past. Guys, I'm like, how far behind am I? I don't do physical reality stuff. Only really need Cat 5e. Yeah. I think so. There didn't seem to be that much of a benefit or a boost. But yeah, still, I mean, our local network with again, most people have gaming PCs that want AR or VR experiences. Marcus says, one device I don't need to tether to is my eye tracker. Yeah. I kind of wanted to get so Magic Leap, is that the name of the company or is that only the device? I've lost track of them because I was following them for the longest time, but I've lost track. But they have the Leap Motion thing, which is just a little sensor that does hand tracking. So I don't know why eye tracking made me think of that. But Nerd Herder said, you ever watch Soren Horvat? I have not. A YouTuber, but it kind of looks like I will be. Consultant, developer, software architect. Okay, so yeah, let's check out his channel. Chances are I will be. And thank you so much for the follow. I don't show names of people that follow in case you just wanted to follow and lurk, but you are always welcome to join in on the conversation. Today is Community Day. We will be going for about 2 hours, and I think we've already hit the 30-minute mark. Consultant, developer, software architect, author at Pluralsight, Udemy, and YouTube. You'll find .NET, C#. All opinions expressed on this channel are my own. They do not represent my employer, which I do not have anyway, nor that of any technology providers. This sounds very familiar. It's such a good phrase. The views and opinions expressed on this channel are my own, my personal views and opinions, and may not necessarily represent the views and opinions of any employers or companies that I might be associated with, such as in Automated Realms. But anyway, what about him? Dude talks about all the things I want to get better at. Awesome. Yeah, I'll be watching videos. Definitely. Polymorphism matters. Lambda. C# records are functional. Use them that way. Link comprehensions. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here that I haven't heard the terms of. Probably know the pattern or the methodology, but I wouldn't have known the name. But yeah, definitely lots and lots of good topics. He's really good, says Nerd Herder. Marcus says, we have face tracking now in Talon, so I can smile to shut down my computer. Is that your excuse for never smiling on camera? That's funny. All right, well, while more conversation is coming in, I'm going to talk about the free open source project that we have been building on our Community Day streams lately, and that is this data import utility. The data import utility is coming from a thing that I was using for my work product, and I am extracting the core library out of it. All of the methodologies and stuff that I create while on the job are property of Automated Realms and or mine. since it's a single pass-through entity still. I haven't gone S-Corp, by the way. I saw that going S-Corp would save me $9,000-ish in taxes a year, but it also means have something for you. What do you mean? Oh, you have something for me. It also means that I would have to do monthly meetings with notes and one new report that we don't currently do each year. And then, of course, taxes would just be even more difficult because now I have the business that does taxes and then me that does taxes. So $9,000 is a lot of money per year, but in the long run, the amount of effort for me and my wife, it's kind of worth $9,000. I know, Nerd Herder, I know. Because it's like we also would need to pay a CPA, and I honestly don't know how much that is. Like the last time that I tried talking with one, she's like, it's going to be $500 at minimum, and I don't know if that was just for the one conversation or to hire her for doing our taxes or the entire gambit of consulting fees. But Mojo says, I know this is a hard sell because Apple, I mean, it's not a huge hard sell. I have an iPad that is nice. And I enjoy it because it's very smooth. It's very easy to use. It took a little bit of getting used to, of course. Copy and pasted this. I got it, Nerd Herder. And I like it. Cool. And does this go on top of the partner program stuff? Wait, that just took me to my current subscriptions. Oh, just the discount at all. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So the Visual Studio live events. No, not the live events. Look at Dom Train on that page. I don't have Dom Train on this page. Oh, yes, I do. And it's just activate, as in it's already part of my subscription, or no, it's an extra. Okay. So yeah, I would have to consider that for sure. Cool. Yeah, I'd have to think about that. Right now, I have plenty of resources for the things that I need. But I don't know if I want to pay for courses that I most likely won't go through at the moment, at least. I'll keep it in mind. But I finally did get everything sorted. My Teams, I transferred my phone number to Teams, so I got a Teams calling plan, and it's a pay-as-you-go calling plan. So I'm paying the same amount that I was paying the registered agent to host my phone number with voicemail and text. And it was just really crappy service. People had trouble hearing me. They were crackly when I answered the phone. And so I transferred that number over to Teams for pretty much the same price. And I was able to receive calls, but I was never able to make calls. And so there was just this issue with the type of account, the type of billing account that I used to purchase the Teams subscription. And then they're like, you need to use the other kind. And It was a whole thing. And it took me about a year and a half before I'm finally able to make calls out. And you figured out the confusing thing about signing up way back about the subscription minus Teams, if you ever want to know about it. I think it's cleared up now. It probably would have been beneficial and helpful up until last week when we got the Teams phone sorted. So now my phone has, I'm able to call out again and I'm able to receive texts. But yeah, I have taken the majority of your advice though. Do you actually do monthly meetings? Are you even in S-Core right now? Marcus said, one advantage of not being able to use touch devices is I don't get dragged down my rabbit holes in the evenings. Really? I would think that, or at least I would still have squirrel moments, even if I was using non-hand manipulated stuff. I don't know. Yeah, so I'm using Clerk SMS, and right now it hasn't charged me anything. There is a free plan, and I don't know if it'll run out eventually. It's hard to do voice recognition while watching the TV, for instance. Oh, watching TV. Yeah, that's a thing that we don't really do. Microsoft should include it. It's so lame. Absolutely. And like, the thing that's happening is they're getting rid of the MSOA account type. MOSA. MOSA. They're getting rid of the Microsoft Online subscription accounts in favor of the MCA accounts, which is the Microsoft Customer Agreement accounts. And what the MCA account, the way that that differs from what I was told on the phone, is that pretty much all of your services that you bill to that account will be billed at once instead of being billed for each individual service that you have signed up for. So in this case, Teams and Azure and the Microsoft Partner Program, or I guess Teams and Microsoft Partner Program will get billed at the same time on the same account. And then Azure, of course, is a separate application in itself anyway, so that's per use. But there was this thing where if you were on the Teams prepay plan with an MOSA account, you had to buy communication credits separate from the calling plan itself. And with MCA, you just pay as you go, which is the name of the plan. You make a call, you get charged for the call. You don't need to prepay for credits. It's not a prepaid account, it's a pay as you go. So anyway, there's that. But yeah, that was a lot of fun stuff to figure out. Yeah, true. I tried to actually say what they were, and I even put it on screen. I did. But I mean, it is hopefully somewhat interesting to someone, because you out there, wonderful people who you are, person who you are, mind, body, spirit complex that you are, you're probably thinking of creating your own company, starting your own consulting business, maybe freelancing, whatever. And so these are some lessons learned. Nerd Herder gave me his lessons learned, and I was able to be a lot more comfortable with the decisions that I made. One major one that he gave me that is really, really important is when you're setting up your Microsoft account, you're most likely going to use a business email address to set up a personal account that's going to be your admin for all of your work profile stuff for buying your team stuff, your partner program stuff, make sure that the email that you use when you're registering your applications and licensing them is a separate email address than the personal account one. So the work or school account, it's not a good idea to have that email address be the same as your personal Microsoft account address. Oh my gosh. That was such a pain, and I avoided a lot of the pain because NerdHerder gave me a heads up, but I did have it where both of them were the same email address for a long time. Yeah, Dugasoft knows that too now. But like when you sign into Visual Studio, for example, my personal Microsoft account is the HCruiserDrill at Automated Realms, and then I had a work account that was HCruiserDrill at Automated Realms set up by my work profile. I have since changed that to umberto.cruisedrill at automatedrealms.com. And all you have to do is just create a new email address for yourself on your company domain. And then in your Microsoft 365 admin portal, use that as the one that you're giving licenses to and stuff. It's so much nicer. NerdHerder says that has caused so many problems for all kinds of reasons. Absolutely. And I was thinking that the Teams phone issue was because of that. It wasn't. But that was the thing that ultimately got me to say, all right, I just need a new email address. Marcus said, given it's all the same company, should be just a single login, way too complicated. True, but they have the, like, how do you initially get a work account on Microsoft? You gotta be, yeah. I don't know, it's odd. You sign up for it using your email address, that creates a personal account, and then within your admin portal, that's where you assign the email addresses for your other company domain emails to be work or school accounts. Yeah, what NerdHerder said. You're right, Marcus, but they allow you to create a personal account with the same email address as a business account, and it messes everything up. Everything. But I'm square now. Oh, and then signing into Azure and not knowing which one has the Azure credits on it, that's super annoying. I still struggle to find where to find out where my Azure credit balance is. Not fun. This application. I love your conversations, by the way. Keep going. I'm going to say one more thing about the application, and it is that the GitHub page that gets generated, the static web app that gets generated from this Blazor WebAssembly project, is suffering from the issue of open sesame, open file location of hybrid globalization issue. And so this is because which I thought we did, I did not add to the CS proj the Blazor include globalization Smirnoff. So NerdHerder is saying in portal.azure.com. I've gone there so many times and I did find it. It's just, I don't know how to go straight there. And I honestly don't remember if I saw the credit balance. I think what it tells you is credit usage, which you can of course derive credit balance, but I didn't know, like the thing that I was looking for at first was how many credits do I have a month? And I tried, The first place that I went was, I'll just look in my Azure portal. I'm sure there's an easy way for me to see this many credits used out of this many credits total. But it didn't show me that, I don't think. So then I did have to Google the specific partner plan that I have, the action pack, and see how many credits you get per month. Marcus said, or actually Dukasov said, in that case, I'm happy that we're not using Azure. Marcus said, one annoying thing is they make me sign in using my phone that I can't use, and I cannot, under any circumstances, lock it with a PIN. You could use the Authenticator app on somewhere, which would still be on your phone, wouldn't it? You like, man, that's another one. Because it's like I use this phone, my personal phone, obviously, for my personal Microsoft two-factor authentication. And then I use the iPad for my work account. The iPad has the face recognition lock. The phone, I'm using thumbprint biometrics. Azure search feature is just as bad as Outlook's. Yes, oh my gosh. And don't get me started on Outlook. I was griping about it the other day when I was trying to draft an email. And there was just a lot of stuff happening. It was like, what? Why is it doing this? Okay, I need this. Laser WebAssembly, load all globalization data, true. All right, we need this in a branch. What am I doing? I think we created a work item for this, aka a task. And that one was 7. Did I not already create the local repo for it? I mean, branch? What did I say? New branch. 7. Fix globalization issue. No. Added CS proj config. Okay. Azure search. Yeah, start. What do you mean start? What am I doing start? Start? Estarto. Start rhymes with. Let's play the word association game. Oh, I said don't get me started and you say start. Aha, I'm awake. I got this. Did you just type A as your commit message? I can't believe you. Don't get me farted. Speaking of, is everything actually running? No. There is one thing that I forgot to do for the stream. Thankfully, no one has used automated ROMs yet. Cool. Who wrote that commit message? Hello, good VJ. How have things been going for you? Did you get an internship? Is everything working out? Are you good? How's life? How's school? We need all the things. I usually write X, so it wasn't me. Where's the day's work commit? Whip. Day's work. Don't forget the whip. Yeah, absolutely. Just hop into any of the voice channels. Marcus said, I've been completely trusting Copilot to give me a commit message and haven't even been reading them hardly at all. Half guilty. Half guilty. I like to lorem ipsum my commits. Okay, we're pushing this change. We're going to see if it works. The only way to get it or to test it is by committing it to main because I don't have a way to do the GitHub action. What is this called? What are these called? GitHub actions? Has anyone tried Copilot in VS Code recently? Pretty impressive. I have not. Yeah, is there a way to deploy to GitHub pages from a branch? Hello, Big Gamey. Happy Friday to you. Hope your day is going well and your PC is not giving you any more troubles. Excuse me, how do I run a workflow? Is there no way to manually trigger it? Yeah, so this workflow is configured to run on PR. So we're just going to do the PR. It'll be fine. All right, are you ready, good VJ? I will pull you into the stream room in 15 seconds after I see a response. For now, I'm going to try to create this pull request before bringing you in, because once I bring you in, my brain is just going to be like, reading words. How do I words? Complete number 7. Fixed hybrid mobilization error. You guys are going to do the review for me. Thank you so much for that, by the way. This was a bug fix. Great pull request. So review my code. You guys see that the only thing I did was reformat it and added the laser WebAssembly property. I think he's super delayed still. Unless I just missed it. Did I miss your message, good VJ? Okay, so review changes. Oh, right. I can't approve my own, but I can override. But you guys just approved it, so thank you so much. Hello, Thindle. I think he stopped listening on stream because he's already in Discord waiting to listen there. Start virtual camera. All right, good VJ. If you can hear me, hopefully you can. I'm pulling you into the stream voice channel in 3, 2, 1. Oh, he disappeared. There he is. Okay, he's back in the stream waiting room. One lion. Okay, sorry about that, good VJ. I didn't know if you could hear me on Twitch, if you were still listening there. But I was waiting for a response if you were ready. Oh no, I can't hear you. I see your thing lighting up. Well, get it sorted. Hold on. Just hold on a second. Voice and video. Aha, you're outputting to the wrong device. You need to output to desktop audio 2. Okay, try talking again, please.
Hello.
Yes,
How are you
we
doing?
can hear you.
Nice. How have you been?
It's fantastic.
Yeah. So I just saw your LinkedIn. You left Sogeti now?
Yes, I have. I am now working for a company named Automated Realms, owned and ran by me.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. What about you, though? What have you been doing?
I'm just busy with my classes. Right now. It's my final semester this spring. I'm graduating in May.
Awesome. And this is your master's?
Yeah, master's.
Oh, that's
You can't believe in my term B of my spring class, I got 3 courses. So it's going to be a challenge for me.
Awesome.
And I'm now looking for full-time roles all over the states.
Yeah, have you had any luck?
Not yet.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what happens now.
What types of fields have you been looking in?
Like kind of entry-level jobs I have less experience, so that's why
But like
I'm looking
banks
entry-level job.
or schools or state? What?
I'm sorry?
Have you been looking in any specific area, like banks or schools or the state?
Everywhere,
Everywhere?
where my skills match with their job description. I'm applying everywhere.
Yeah, and
From
that's
software companies to tech companies.
cool. That's honestly the best advice that I have received in the past, and now I'm giving again, and I give often, which is regardless of what the position is, if you are starting off, one of your best bets is to just apply for everything that you feel qualified for and start getting the years of experience needed for the higher
I'm
level
also
positions.
I'm also trying to switch to DevOps a little bit. I'm also learning kind of Docker, GitHub Action, CI/CD pipelines, just to expand my skills other than the web development kind of thing.
And are you still going to be able to stay in the US for a while after you graduate?
Yes, as per current rule, I'm allowed to stay 1 year. I have to apply for that. 1 year after that, then for next 2 years, I need to have a job that does e-verify online. So it's kind of a tricky thing. I'm gonna explain it to you in a bit. So any graduate can stay up to 1 year in the US, but for
Okay.
next 2 years, only for STEM graduates, the one who did their masters in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, can extend up to 2 years more.
Oh, so
But
yeah, so that is you, right?
For the next 2 years, I need to have a job. For the first year, I can apply and I can wait for a job. But for the last 2 years, I need a job. And in that span of 3 years, I need someone who can file me what we say, the most hot topic in this last couple of months, the H-1B visa. You have heard about that a lot, don't you?
X1BB?
H-1B visa, H-1B, H as in your name, Umberto, H-1B.
Non-immigrant visa program that allows U.S. employers to temporarily hire foreign professionals for specialty occupations, which is software development, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, as per current rule,
thank you, Gemini.
That visa is a lottery-based system. So from every country, up to 85,000 can be picked from any country in the world. But as per my country, there are over 1,000,000 applicants, so only 85,000 would be picked randomly. So that's a luck-based, more of a luck-based, less open. Yeah.
It's based on country of birth. Jeez.
Yeah. Like if I'm from India, there might be 1,000,000 applicants. There might be 1,000,000 applicants, but only 85,000 would be picked. If a country from other African country, there might be 1,000 applicants, but everyone would be picked because the 85,000 kind of the benchmark.
Right.
So.
Jeez. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So what you need is double citizenship, says Thindle.
No, India doesn't provide double citizenship. Like, no. US has, US and Canada has, US and UK have. but not my country due to some geopolitical reason. I don't know.
Ooh, trying to keep up with chat at the same time. I don't want to lose what you're
Yeah.
saying, but I also want to
Okay.
keep up with chat as well. But Gamey was saying, thanks, not so happy since I lost my project. You lost the project? Even after saving? Or you hadn't been saving the whole time? That sucks. But Nerdherder was still talking about Copilot in VS Code. It will write code for you, like in the file, based on your request in the chat box. Yeah. So Copilot in Visual Studio proper also does that. So maybe it's gotten to be pretty much like if you were using it in Visual Studio. It also references lines that you have selected, like scribe. Like if I went to chat and I said summarize the scribe.
This like what do you say, Copilot? It's impressive.
Yeah.
I got a student account. That's why I got a pro version for free for up to 2025. But later, Microsoft made it free for everyone.
Nice. Marcus says I'm still trying to write a rude word on my GitHub commit history page. On purpose? Like, it's a goal that you have? Oh, okay. So, like that's when Mojo shared the GitHub graffiti link. Goodness. Good times. You can do it, says Thindle. He was cheering you on. What else we got? Based on country of birth. Get visa in a country so you can apply for a visa in the US.
What is
Thindle
that?
saying he'll sponsor you in Sweden.
All right. It's a beautiful place though, but I'm not paying 60% tax. Can you believe that 60% tax there in Nordic countries? Norway, Sweden, Denmark.
Where is this guy? Okay. This is my open file. I think I just lost what you just said. I'm sorry, good VJ. I was exploring this with Nerdherder because he's like, does it actually create an entire class essentially for you or write code in there? So one thing that I know is I use it a lot to do the comments in a lot of my code that I hadn't commented yet, even though everything is now commented almost immediately when I create it. But it'll generate the XML comments by creating a temp file that is the class that I'm asking it to comment with the comments in there. And then if you hit apply, then it just copies that over into the actual file itself. But what I am going to ask Copilot Chat is, or not ask, I'm going to command it. Write a class that implements value transformation base that will provide a conditional operation if and else type of functionality, similar to the other. I think you can give it the reference to the folder transform operations.
All right, Lauren, I've got some work to do. I'm leaving.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for being here.
Yeah. I will be more like I will be try to watch your stream again for the next couple of months.
Cool.
After that, I will get busy once again, and then I will get
And
back to
then you'll
my
graduate.
schedule.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here. Project. Okay. Will you create a file for us? So it creates the code in chat, and what you were saying, Nerd Herder, is that it actually immediately does it in a file. Because the other thing that I could do is write the same thing down here. Using the inline Copilot. And then it'll still do it in chat, I think. But yeah, and then you can see I have some buttons down here that say insert a new file, preview it, see what it looks like out here. VS Code is for code. VS is for scaffolding. You don't code in Visual Studio. The Visual Studio Code naming is kind of dumb since we already have Visual Studio. And Mojo was saying Visual Studio Code is for code, Visual Studio is for scaffolding. How dare. I love my Visual Studio IDE. With all of its quirks too. You've got to be really dedicated to all that stuff. I've lost the plot, Marcus. That was a while ago. I don't know what you were referring to. I'm even running Enterprise now. Yeah, I'm still running I'm running professional because of the business. I have to pay for professional now. And then Mojo said to Thindle, back to my marriage question. You had a marriage question? Can we get married so I can come over there? I'll be an anchor for everyone. What are you opting into? I don't think we have any actual polygamy laws here. Emoja said, we'll hold the world record for the most marriages. Thindle will hold the world record for most marriages. Next to King, whatever his name was. Or get married out of the country. Marcus said, individual, aka Visual Studio. In Visual Studio Code, you can have multiple file edits where it gives you a diff and you accept each change. Yeah, and in Visual Studio, when it gives you the preview, it's like you accept the whole thing and then you delete the things you don't want after accepting it. So that's kind of nice that you get a diff, and then you're just pretty much using a diff viewer to say, yeah, keep that one, don't do that one. Thindle said, I'll deal with Sweden, Oik will deal with Norway, Dukasoft will deal with Denmark, Playman will deal with Finland, Irish John Games. We got friends in all the countries. Get into Denmark, move to Greenland, wait for Trump to land. We have to start discussing actual political figures now instead of keeping it vague. Mojo said, you got to use one AI to roleplay as a PM to build the requirements and then have it command the dev AI to build it out. Yes, yes. I don't know what you're referring to, but yes. Having different agents that have different roles and they pretty much communicate with each other. Yeah, that was something that I was starting to play with a while ago, but I stopped because I have a lot of work to do. I don't know if you know that. And thank you, Dukasoft. Nerdherder says, yes, it will populate the content directly in the file. Yeah, all right. Just FYI, green lane is bait switch. It goes between white and brown. And then Marcus said, there's a specific edit mode in Visual Studio Code. And then Mojo said to Marcus, we should rename Visual Studio Code to Individual Studio Code. Kendall said to Dugasoft, I'm not saying that one is better than the other. We're just trying to get Snazzy into the US. I mean, he is in the US currently. It's just let him stay here so that he can keep doing amazing work. Mojo said to Thindle, that's perfect. My mom is white and my dad is brown. It works. Good VJ says, thank you. Nice talking to you. I'll try to be more consistent. Have a nice weekend, everyone. You as well. Good VJ. You're probably gone by now, but you as well. You don't have to use professional, but it is part of your Microsoft partnership. Oh, yeah. Maybe that's what I meant. I thought that there was something if your company makes like it's a freemium thing. And maybe I'm not at the you're a smaller, medium-sized organization. I'm not. I'm a single small business. I am an individual developer. You need to meet the development needs of an organization with over 250 PCs or revenue of more than 1 million a year. So this is how I read that. You need to meet the development needs of an organization with over 250 PCs or revenue of more than 1 million US dollars. The prime contractor that hired me is a $70 million a year business organization, so I didn't want to take chances. But again, partner program, I have professional, use it anyway. Okay, so Thindle is explaining to me that if you work on their hardware, you fall under their licensing. If you work on your hardware, you're fine. And I am working on my hardware. Cool. And he says I looked it up with an actual lawyer. Thank you so much for that, Thindle. And Nerd Herder is agreeing. Marcus said, I can be a sneak into a country expert. I lost my passport while cycling with the group in France and sneaked back without them seeing me. Nobody noticed a cyclist in a group of cyclists. Oh my gosh. That's a story. But yes, thank you for the information, Thindle. I can be less concerned when I accidentally open Visual Studio Community and start working on the work product applications. But yeah, so for Nerd Herder, the Copilot in Visual Studio does generate code, entire files. It doesn't insert it into a new file immediately. And I wish I had well, okay, let's do this. Let's take this file here. Are you going to give me a place that I can pick it? Yeah, okay. And we're going to go, here is our conditional operation. Paste in the content. Oh, also, I don't know if you have been able to see any of the previous streams, Nerd Herder, but you remember a long time ago when I was manually updating all of my dependency injected stuff. Like, let's say, just for whatever reason, we need an iData reader service here. And I was like, I'm doing the refactor thing of create and assign a field, but I like to have my fields as _camel case, right? So I did the rename thing, got rid of the this keyword. And then you were like, you can set a rule in Visual Studio so that it'll automatically create your private field as your preferred coding style. Well, there was an update, and this is a known issue. I looked it up with a lawyer. That Visual Studio code recommendations, whatever it's called, ignores your naming preferences. So I still have it in here. It's the same rule that we set up 2, 3, 4 years ago, however long ago it was. And it just stopped working. It just stopped. Hi, Dukasoft. Crap Tina's here as well. I mean, does Microsoft care? I don't know. I doubt it, but I care. I have this thing called integrity, and it's very high on my list, and that involves me being accountable to myself and honest. Dukasoft was saying to Thindle, when Thindle said, with an actual lawyer, did you let the T-Rex eat the lawyer after you were done? Mojo said to Thindle, what about Telerix licensing? We have a front-end dev using it, but it's a single project, so we don't use it, but we do have to build the project. That's a very complicated situation. Thindle said, I was concerned when I started working for a massive company that does actual auditing, so I want to make sure my backend was fine. Cool. Thindle said to Mojo Fawad, every developer working on a project that uses Telerik pieces must have a license. They're transferable, but if you have 5 devs, you need 5 licenses. Hence why I am not going to use too many third-party things. Then Thindle said to Crafting, if you're large enough, Microsoft cares. And I am definitely not large enough. I mean, I do make a decent amount with this company, but 1 contract, 1 client, and lots and lots of work. And I stream. So I am publicly showing content that I'm developing for my work product, which is okay per my contract. Deflux said to Nerd Herder, the myth, the legend. Thindle said, they do more auditing than you'd think. Deflux said to Nerd Herder, good to see ya. And President Not Sure is here. Hello, President Not Sure. Yeah, I was at a place that got caught up in Microsoft audit. Thindle said, what you do is technically split the project in 2 parts. And then Dukesoft yelled out, Deflux streams. Nerd Herder responded, yo. Thindle said, you'd need some kind of layer. I was going to say lawyer because we've been saying lawyer this whole time. You need some kind of layer between, though, like an API-based backend. And you'd need to theoretically be able to connect to a different front end to that. Connect a different front end to it, to that backend. Oh my gosh, I can read. And then Mojo says, boo. Dukesoft says, yeah, that's an annoying bug. Yeah, the Visual Studio thing, it's super annoying. Nerd Herder says, gonna test that right now. Please tell me it works for you. I want it to work for me. I've deleted it. I've cleaned up all of my settings, started with a fresh install of Visual Studio. You just tested code style and it worked. What version of Visual Studio are you on, and is it Visual Studio proper or Visual Studio Code? Thindle says, also Telerik licenses are perpetual, which is cool, compared to, I don't know those acronyms. Sync Fusion and DevExpress. I do know those acronyms. Deflex says, Ayo. Marcus says, in Visual Studio Code, you can point Copilot to a markdown file that gives it instructions about stuff like that, and then it just completely ignores you anyway. Is it like an editor config for Visual Studio Code? Or for Copilot in Visual Studio Code, I mean. And then Thindle says, yeah, Microsoft auditing or more. You've got 150 licenses. We'll audit you to make sure that you don't have 175 machines. Nerdherder says, just tested it and it worked. So I'm on Visual Studio Community 17.12.4, which should be the latest. Syncfusion have community license. Syncfusion is 100% free until you hit a certain not very high level. At that point, it gets quite expensive, and if you stop paying, you're not allowed to keep using the component, so you're basically locked in. And Nerdherder says, wait. I will stop everything that I'm doing and wait. Okay. So anyway, I need to get rid of this file. Oh, no, not yet. What I was going to do is get rid of these comments to show what it looks like when you tell Copilot to comment a file for you. Okay, and I believe the Copilot command is /doc. Yeah. Right, XML comments for this file. And so this is the experience you get in Visual Studio, which is it sits and looks like it's not doing anything, but it is. This little progress bar, it's cool and all, it's just hard to tell that it's actually doing anything. This is in a temp miscellaneous file, and then you can choose to accept or not. But lately it's been staying in the temp file. So I've had to, if I wanted to use it, copy and paste it over. So really, I haven't been using the /doc anymore. It's whenever I create a new property or public method or something that should have XML docs, then I do it this way. I let Copilot fill it in one by one. Okay, I am curious to know if false transformation, true transformation, evaluate condition. No, this is kind of smart. I like the concept of it, but it's not going to work. And you're on 17.12.3, which is fine. It's been happening since 17. Previous version. 17.1 number less. I don't know if that is actually 17.11. But if it is working for you, I want your configuration. I want your entire Visual Studio install folder. Just zip it up and send it to me. Because it is so annoying. Like, now that I have been using that refactor for so long and getting the private fields for free, you think Copilot made it work, huh? Ship it in Docker. Tyndall said, and will never require payment. It's basically, then Dukasoft said, yeah, I'm kind of scared to use it for work-related stuff. Tyndall said to Dukasoft, yeah, I'd say basically don't. Their bits are great, but it can come back and bite you very hard. And it will require payment. It's basically an ad. I know a few companies that aren't very happy about them being included. You were just creating a new property. Yeah, so the thing that I'm trying to do is in a constructor, you tell it to dependency inject whatever you want. You name that, and then you want it to create that private field for you, the internal field. That's where it's not honoring your code styling. Not yours, mine. So if that is what you did and it worked, Otherwise, this has been broken for a little bit. I'm so sad. So sad. Oh, okay. Cool. You missed a message that was semi-important for context. Sync Fusion is 100% free until you hit a certain... No, I read that one. And then Marcus said Sync Fusion has a community license, and Thindle says it is. It was released not long ago. I didn't miss any of the chats. Oh, yes, I did. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't miss anything. I know I'm terrible at reading and all. No, we'll update and try again, then smash Confuser? I'm sorry, what? Smash that like button. Yeah, I don't like the this either. And I don't like... I mean, it's cool because it is an easy way for you to see when something is local to your scope only. But at the same time, you don't automatically prepend this dot on every usage of it. So it would only be in an instance where you have a same named variable inside of your scope that you're doing stuff in. All right. You're excused for that. Marcus said you can put absolutely anything in the markdown file for Copilot. For example, you can ask it to reply and speak like a pirate. So you're pretty much doing the system message in that markdown file, except that it's a whole markdown file with all of the instructions in markdown format / natural language, instead of something like an editor config, which is a specific format that Visual Studio is looking to read, kind of thing. That's cool. I wonder if there's a similar thing for Visual Studio, because I tell ChatGPT to respond to me in sarcastic, sardonic tone for any question that isn't a serious, that it deems a serious programming question. Then it just answers me directly and concisely. But yeah, speaking of good developers, here's a shout out for Thindle, which probably has already disappeared off the screen because I was talking too much, but Thindle is an amazing .NET developer. He's on the mend, he's getting better. He was very sick, had some pneumonia with some other kind of nasty stuff with it. It was just bad times for him, but he is getting better. He's been able to participate in other streams lately, and hopefully that means he will be able to... Ammonia, yes. Yes. Thank you for reminding me. He had pneumonia with ammonia on the side. You really need to get that checked out, though. Still won't go outside among other people because it'd be very rude. That is very kind of you. Very thoughtful of you. It's so nice that, you know, this is one of the few streams that Nerd Herder is actively participating in, and we're going back to my old boss. So a story about my old boss, and the reason that I left the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge the first time was because that boss is not very respectful to other people, and the last straw that he did was he came into the office with COVID, knowing he had COVID, and then he gave it to my wife and me. And yeah, and he was making statements like COVID is good because it'll kill off all the weak people, and he would just make stupid statements, ignorant statements like that all the time in that vein. And it's like, oh my gosh, are you serious, dude? He's gone. I am that entire team now. Automated Realms is that company, or taking up the spot of that company. Since we were talking about legality and stuff earlier, that is actually illegal here. Counts as knowingly propagating a disease. I bet you it is here too. Like, if I was a little bit more outgoing, or not outgoing, just a little bit more extroverted, I guess, I would have pursued that. Oh, man. We did file a thing through work, a safety report thing through work, but goodness, man. Oh, okay, I am over that. See, look, I don't have any leftover energy from that situation. It's all gone. It's cleaned up. Okay, what else is going on? Barely holding on to anything, I see. Oh my gosh. I just, but situation is great now. Um, if you can tell, I am enjoying the software development that I am doing for Navarro currently. It's been fantastic. I usually don't use a mask anymore, but I have a bunch of them and I use them whenever I'm feeling under the weather. That's cool. Yeah, it should be as normalized as it is in Asian countries, at least the ones that they show on TV, on anime. Um, where wearing a mask in public is just normal. Some people do it because they do. Some people do it as part of fashion, even. So it would have been nice if it just kind of stuck in the rest of the world. Oh no. I'm having some issues, Nerd Order. I'll read that out, but I am having a couple of small issues. And if there is anything that you want to bring up as far as just for us to discuss together as a community, I'd be happy to talk about that. But it has been a thing. So Thindle is saying, I read that. Dukasoft is saying, it's been ages since I've seen a mask. I wear a mask when I'm shoveling because it keeps my face warm. Oh, it's so nice. I also wear a mask anytime that I go out in public. And I have gone out in public exactly 0 times. So it's not a false statement. Well, okay, that it is a false statement because my wife and I have gone to the wildlife refuge for walking along the trail and stuff. But there's no one else around when we do that. And then Nerd Herder said, just want to say that render modes have effed me a couple of times now. It makes me furious. Okay. I don't get affected by render mode very often because a lot of the components that I make are standalone components that I expect to be used in a variety of situations. So all of these components here, even the ones that are like the data file reader, the thing that will take a file that you put into the browser, read it, and then output a data table. It works perfectly fine on Blazor Web when it's running in WebAssembly mode or when it's running on server mode. There are a bunch of components I'm sure I could mark as static because all they're doing is displaying information. So I probably want to do that at some point. See where I can get that working better. But the place it's really been affecting me is, for example, and this is a HTML thing. In this utility, in my work product version, one of the things that I am getting to work currently, and it's actually going to be in this utility, I just need to bring it over, and that's one thing I'm going to do during the streams. But when you bring over a file that has, when you bring over a file that has quite a few records in it, the thing that I'm really wanting to do, which currently works in the work product, I guess I'll stream the work product after this. So we'll go for another 20 minutes, and then I'll switch back to my Workday. But I've got it to where you can synchronize the scroll position in your input data, output preview tables, and they're the same size and they look nice. But one of the things that I wanted to do is, as you hover over a row in either of the tables, then that same row on the other table gets updated or gets hovered as well. And so the way that I was doing that is on mouse over, if this isn't already in the list of hovered rows, or if it isn't already the hovered row, then mark it as hovered and then notify state, which is up here. And then state is shared between these two tables. And this will say, okay, the hovered row is now index 32. So also hover that. And it's add a class. But what's been happening is on Blazor server, it does the diff on the server, or not the diff, it does the change on the server, renders it, sends that back to the client. The client then does a diff, and it only makes that one change. On WebAssembly, it re-renders every row of the table every time mouse move happens, and there is no state has changed. It's just because I'm checking against that hovered row state variable in both tables, and so you'll see a whole bunch of lag. So I turned that off for now, and I'm trying to work through a different approach. But yeah, yes, the Star Trek logo. Wait, what? It's actually the Galactic Confederation logo. If you want to see something ridiculous, create a new Blazor web app and set it to server and use individual accounts for authentication. Open the login.razor file. I will do that. Let's create a new solution. And it does ignore code styles and refactor. Marcus says, our doctor's surgery has brought the mask rule. Oh dear. It's mixing them in the same project that causes the problem. .NET 9 has the ability to display what mode you're in. Yeah, and again, my project is great. It works as, it doesn't matter how it renders initially. It does run faster typically in Blazor server because it's a lot of data-driven stuff and I don't need to make API calls. But on the client side, it does API calls to a controller and does the service calls that way. But for the most part, it still runs super smoothly and easily switching between Blazor server and Blazor WebAssembly. Here's another app that is currently .NET 8. The test version is .NET 8. Did I actually deploy the .NET 8 upgrade? Kind of doesn't look like it. Oh, it still looks the same. No, this is definitely not the .NET 8 upgrade because I have the a consistent login page. What about Waterman? This one was .NET 8 to begin with. So this one here, you saw that it just went straight to the account login page, and it should be running as server initially. And then if I come back again, then it's running as WebAssembly, but it still loads pretty instantaneously because this is a server rendered page. The login page is server rendered. And then the application itself is super responsive, super fast. It's nice. It's very nice. So, and that works regardless of whether it's in Blazor server or Blazor WebAssembly. And there is quite a bit of functionality in here, even as far as generating report pages that are styled to look like print preview pages, consolidating data, having math done inside of the component itself. but still getting data from an external source. So the component doesn't care where it's getting the data from. It just knows that it has this service that it can say, give me data, and then it'll get data. So super duper nice. But we're creating a new Blazor server app in a new solution in local only. Call it Blazor server auth at 8. Okay, so new solution, Blazor server auth, authentication type individual accounts, server only, global. So one thing, when you create Blazor server applications only, you won't get the 2 projects. You'll only get that 1 server project, which is cool. I like that. I like that a lot. Oh, and did I need to choose .NET 9 or are we looking at this for .NET 8? Pretty sure we were going to look in .NET 8. Components, accounts, pages, login. Okay, what are we looking for? Nerdherder says, if you want to see something ridiculous, do this. Anything I should change in login.razor, says Dukasoft. Nerdherder says, just look for a comment around navigation manager. I'm not seeing anything. Around line 29. Around line 29. Mine looks different. Oh, okay, not login.razor. Identity redirect manager. Okay, all right, what do you say? During static rendering, navigate to throws a navigation exception, which is handled by the framework as a redirect. So as long as this is called from a statically rendered identity component, the individual studio code, the invalid operation exception is never thrown. But we're doing Blazor server pre-render and interactive, not static. So what exactly does that mean? All right, I'm going to catch up on chat because there was some stuff about Star Trek up here. Shifting subject, I have an issue and I really like some input ideas. A friend of mine is turning 50. She and her husband are probably the best fit I can imagine. That had a Star Trek themed wedding and their rings have the star date engraved, not the Gregorian date. What the heck do I give her? Nothing, because it's their anniversary and they should celebrate together. They should give gifts to each other. What does anyone else have to do with an anniversary? Wait, that's her birthday, not an anniversary. My bad. Okay, so birthday. I was starting to hear stuff about 2 people and weddings and stuff, so I'm thinking anniversary. My bad. And my parents' 50th anniversary is coming up next year, and they've invited us to the celebration of it. Looking forward. A few folks on here might know them. They used to stream dev, and I'm trying to get them to start again. President Usher says, I think I know who, but I wouldn't be able to help with gift ideas, unfortunately. GPTs are usually good at giving gift ideas. I'm terrible at it, so I'm not even going to give it a stab, but I'll continue reading through chat. Marcus Voice Coder says Star Trek logo. Dino says to Marcus, good idea. They really like... Oh, Lego. Not logo. Lego. Jeez. All right, around line 29. And basically, if you run your app in debug mode, it will crash upon login. You're right. You're absolutely right. And that does happen on the Blazor render mode auto. when it first starts as Blazor server, you will get the invalid operation exception on the navigation manager, but it does still continue when I run and debug. But yeah, that's a terrible. Oh, and yes, I will run it now with debug while I continue reading chat. During static rendering, navigate to throws in it, blah, 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 so long as this is called. Yep. I mean, come on. True. Like, you know it's going to throw that exception when you're in a specific render mode, so... What? Why? Why would you just leave it? But we need a... Right, you forgot to tell me to put an authorized attribute on the homepage. Oh, at attribute authorize using Microsoft authorization rerun. Okay, well that's waiting on running. Oh, no, I should have read your instructions a little bit better. If you just do login, which I won't be able to do because I would need to scaffold the database and all that stuff. But yes, I mean, it still happens. We will definitely see it in the work product. I believe you, 100% believe you. Whoa, that's a lot of words. Dang, automated realms, calm down. Always run when you're in debug mode. Always runs when you're in debug mode. And she's turning 50. The stuff about wedding was just for personality context. Yeah, cool. And yes, I think that's who he's talking about, Marcus. Surprised you're not using error boundary. I'm not surprised. I keep forgetting about it, but I know that it's something that is available and that you're trying to encourage people to use in a passive way. Should have told you to include sample pages. Yeah. But yeah, I absolutely believe. And actually, you know what? I have the project open because I was going to start copying over some of the logic, some of the newer logic for the data table and stuff. But we should be able to see that now if I run in debug. Found a really good Lego set. Nerd Herder says, I will say that the new reconnecting to server thing is so much better than the previous one. Goodness griefus. It's a limited run collector's thing, 550 bucks. Get them a subscription to Gaia. If they like Star Trek, they probably would enjoy the stories from the Gaia platform. That may or may not be true. Marcus said, I can remember when it was just a wall. A wall was just a wall? Is circumlocation your thing? Nice CSS there. What CSS? Hush you. Stop that. Get some help. You gotta be signed out though, dude. Oh, you know what? I probably put a try catch around it because I was tired of seeing it. Yeah, I bet you I did. Where exactly would that be? Oh dear. Oh dear. Would it be the login page? Login. ID redirect manager. Nope. Yeah, I don't know where it is, but I definitely was getting the exception every single time that I ran this app and wasn't logged in. Yeah, that'd be hard to find quickly. All right, 3500 piece NCC 1701 says Thindle. Dukasoft said Lego is expensive. And you'd know, says Thindle. Nerdharder says, I just ignored the exception after a while. Lie. Do not throw. Oh, like, do not throw. Like you actually click the ignore when this exception is raised button, or added it to whatever it gets added to. Okay. You know what? That sounds familiar, but I don't see it. Yeah, I don't remember anything ever. I don't ever remember things. That's a lie. Oops. Wrong. Okay. Since this is still part of the open source project, or it will be once I do it, since I have the application loaded, I'll show what I was talking about as far as the hovering effect and the sync scroll, because I really, really, really like this functionality a lot. But one thing that we were running into was that the application really likes to thank you, that the application really likes to lag and eat up memory, and I still don't know where that's coming from, but that's something that we're going to work through, and I'm going to keep working through. But here it is running in Blazor server, since it was just the first run. There's a few debug things happening over here that's causing it to take a little bit longer. I didn't pull in the most recent changes. Not helpful. Maybe I can still pull in the changes and it'll hot reload. What are the chances? What are the chances it'll hot reload for me? Zero. While I'm waiting for this to rerun, best basic command on error, resume next. Oh my gosh. And then you check if error dot number is not 0. If error dot number. Man, I loved basic. Thindle says, I mean, the whole idea of exceptions is catch them as soon as you can, handle them, and not throwing them and just ignoring it is also a thing. It is, especially when it's one that is a known one that is in the project template for a new Blazor server application with individual identity. Nerdharder says, I'm kind of avoiding work because I really think I need to refactor some code, but it is gonna be a lot of work, and I am really far into the project. Oh, it sounds like fun to me. Yeah, that's what I'll be doing. And you know what? We'll just call this a continued community day, and I'll just switch over. I'm not gonna do the whole stopping the video, starting the video thing. Let's just keep running with it. You're very, very welcome to stick around. I am switching to my work product, but we can continue this conversation. It's been really cool talking with you guys about this stuff. I'm gonna go until 3:30 my time, which is 2.5 hours. So feel free to take a break, take a stretch, do whatever. I'll have to refill my water bottle soon. Empty out my bladder at some point. Okay, so here is the current version. Well, still one commit behind because I did a commit after I saw that the updates were finished, but I didn't push because I was like, I'm not going to do a Workday stream. There's too much going on. Okay, so anyway, here's the usage of that component, of that library, of the data import utility, specifically for transforming, and here it is. Here it is. It's lagged. Why are you lagged? I know why it's lagged. Because I need the change that's on the other computer. Need the changes. Dag nabbit. So I have an infinite loop. Or it's an infinite recursive call, essentially. That I resolved. So let me get the latest changes from that computer. Tyrobius. Ooh, he's still playing Spotify. Different lives, different lives. Man, I love that song. All right, push. Push, please. I can still work with 2 broken arms, but I lose my voice if I have to take the day off. Oh, but if I lose my voice, I have to take the day off. It's hilarious. I mean, it's not hilarious because it's true, but it's hilarious. Take a nap if you must. Gosh, Vicky. You make me say the weirdest things. Don't make me say weird things. Dindle says, refactor, just do it right the first time. Microsoft says, adding to the awesome devs list, here's BitGamey. BitGamey is an awesome dev. He's fantastic. He's a game developer. He's working on, well, he's, he had a major snafu with the, can I still call it a game jam? With Balint's game thing where he's like, create a game around this character. And so BitGamey was working on a fun one. It was a infinite runner where you play as a fruit fly, as the fruit fly. No, I'm not laughing at that at all. No. Yeah, it was really bad. I feel really bad about it. But his stream crashed close to the end of when he was gonna start to raid out and stuff, I'm sure. And from that, he lost the project. And I don't remember if you said you lost the whole project or only the stuff that you did during that episode. But man, that's rough. I was there with you, BitGamey. You lost the whole thing. I was there with you. I was, yeah, all of the interruptions that you kept getting, all of the, like, it was just all happening at the same time, and it just wouldn't let up. And then to have your stream crash at the very end and lose the project. Yeah. So you weren't alone in it, but it was you that had to deal with the brunt of it. So I'm sorry that you had to go through that. But lots of love. Lots and lots of love. Hey, 8-Bits. How's it going? How are you doing? We are transitioning from Community Day to Workday. I'm still going to be semi-distractible. Feel free to bring up conversations and stuff. We've been talking about anything from VR to Blazor server and the render modes. Pretty long side conversation about moving countries, visas, listening to is that Rush? I think it's Rush, right? Anyway, the yeah scream that just kind of BitGamey really wants me to be able to empathize with him. It's the Who, thank you. He really wants me to be able to empathize with him. But thankfully, I'm not having as many interruptions as I normally have. My phone hasn't been buzzing, so I've still been going back and forth with should I keep my phone on vibrate or not, because last time I missed an email while I was streaming, and I would have gotten it if I left my phone on vibrate, but I've been turning it off so that all of these spam messages and stuff that come in don't make my phone make noise. Okay.
I got a bad feeling about this.
What do you have a bad feeling about? Is Git not a thing for game dev? It is, but you have to use LFS, large file system, and a lot of there are extra issues that come with that. And I don't know if you have to use LFS, but I'm pretty sure that that's how you would. But there are other source control mechanisms. Unity has their own, I think. Yeah, that's the only one I can think of. The Omniverse stuff from NVIDIA, that has a type of source control that is specific to 3D assets. 8bits is saying, I'm doing okay. Got the start of an ocean wave ripple. I saw that on Discord. That was really cool. An ocean wave ripple system working on my stream yesterday. It's a multi-threaded, procedurally generated. I said it is. Working on the GPU side of things today. Awesome. And 8bit said, unfortunately though, I am thinking of hanging in the towel for game dev career. The job market is a bit rough. That sucks. I want you to be able to do the things you enjoy even as a career if you want to do them as a career, because I get to do it. I want everyone to be able to do it. Big Amy says, to Dukasoft, yeah, but I personally hate Git. Previous experiences have not been great. I have a backup system for my main projects, but I don't tend to bother for side projects. But yeah, doesn't Unity have source control? Unity version control, previously Plastic SCM. I mean, I don't know anything about it, but it used to be Plastic SCM 8-bits, according to this headline right here. And even though it's a Unity version control system, it's engine agnostic. So that's cool. For game devs, depending on what you're doing, Git is okay 100%, but some issues come into play with some project types. Think texture files and certain types of assets. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Like the whole folder structure of a Unity project doesn't make sense to me. Every single project gets a copy of whatever assets and libraries you're referencing. And I don't get that. It's like, can you just reference a centralized source so I don't have to have a copy of the same files every time I do a new project in Unity, and have my project start off being 1.9 gigs or whatever it is? It would be nice. And 8bit says, yeah, that is actually a thing. Of course it is. I just made it a thing because I said it would be nice if. Unity has their own that's built on top of Git, says Thindle, but you can always just use Git. Oh, so not as easy. I see, thanks. I mean, it is still pretty easy. So here's my HoloLens testing and playing stuff. And it was really easy. All I needed to do was just learn what LFS was, install it, and then do git LFS, and it's something, 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 something. 6 years ago. But yeah, I mean, it takes everything. So this is yeah, so this is the Mixed Reality Toolkit, for example, which is a package reference essentially. But instead of only keeping the package reference, I get the whole entire contents of the folder in my project directory. Every time I create a new project, it's the first package I remove as it throws errors out of the gate. Oh, I think the errors it throws even refer to plastic SCM. I even tend to push my local branches up to the remote. Paranoia? Yes, Marcus, paranoia, but I'm with you. I don't think it's a bad paranoia. Provided you're okay with your code being used to train AI. I mean, even if you kept it local on your computer, I'm sure there's a way that they're using it to train AI. Where are we at? If you want a simple source control system, have a look at Subversion. Oh, Thindle. I think the big thing for Unity devs is that it has a better diff that can deal with scenes, etc. Yeah, so it's more tailored to Unity projects. 8-Bit says, that's how I have my project set up. Basically, there is an input field in Unity Editor that you put in a URL and extra data to pass in to create connection to your assets. Okay, cool. Maybe one day if I do get back into doing Unity stuff, which I want to because I still want to do augmented reality stuff, but right now music is just, it's the thing. It's the thing. It's got a hold on me and I can't stop trying to learn how to generate. Generate's a bad word because that's implying AI. When I do music, I really am doing my own thing now. Well, I want to be making my own music kind of stuff. Inspired by, but not solely based on. Turn off for the day. Okay. I'm not sure training AI using my code would be a good thing. Then I'll ask, do y'all remember when you couldn't use NPM on Windows because NTFS only supported 256 folder depth? Findle members. Oh dear. 8-Bit says, in response to BitGamey's project creation statement about plastic SEM. Fun fact, Unity allows you to create your own new project template. You can set up your installed by default Unity packages, custom packages, and locally stored files on your system. And then BitGamer responded, yeah, I was aware, but I've never set it up myself. There are very few assets that I use in every project. And 8-Bit says, yeah, weird fact about it. You can actually create a new Unity project, set it up as you want, and make Unity use that project as a template for new projects. All right, so work stuff. Am I right? What even? Work stuff. Here is what I'm currently working on. That's what we'll go into. So what I'm currently working on. Oh, I don't know if you saw. So from Wednesday, the most recent thing that we were trying to set up was the icon for the button for the checkboxes. Because an issue that I was having, again, Blazor server versus WebAssembly render modes. When we're running in Blazor server, these update appropriately. So when I was checking and unchecking the checkboxes, it is currently unselecting the checkbox. And I mean previously is what I mean when I was using input type checkbox. But when we were running in Blazor WebAssembly, so if I refreshed the app and did it again, if I tried to uncheck and check a box, it would stay checked. So it wasn't actually doing the re-render correctly. It wasn't registering that this row is no longer selected, kind of thing. And then when I would try to do a select all when not everything was selected, and I tried to do a select all, this didn't update to be checked for all selected. So that's all fixed. We're good to go with that. I brought the hover CSS back to the table. The way that I used to have it was what I described earlier, where I would get the mouse over event, and then in C# I would set my hovered row in my state class. My state class was shared between these two. This one would also get the hovered row, and it would update a CSS class on both rows to say hovered. In quotes, just like that, hovered. And that would make it so that when you hover over a row in one table, it would also be hovered in the other, or it would appear as if it is being hovered in the other table, because they're the same table. Or they're one-to-one tables, input, output. And you can see that I got that working for the unselected rows, which we're going to treat as skip importing this row. So if I add this, or if I remove this from my list of selected rows, then both tables will have the styling, because it re-renders and it says if this row is not in the list of selected rows, then remove the selected class. And I've styled it to where if it's not selected, it looks like strike through, background color, warning. Brightness is at 20%, 80%, except for the button itself. Button stays its color. And this kind of hurts my eyes. I hadn't seen that before. So anyway, the way that I fixed the checkbox is I turned this into a button, because my first thing to test was, are we actually getting updates for the value of whether this item is selected, is in the list of selected. So I created a button next to it with a text that would toggle between selected and unselected. And when I check the box, that would toggle. And so the button itself, the text in the button would say unselected when I dischecked a box, but the input type checkbox didn't uncheck. And again, that's only while running in Blazor WASM. So I'm like, you know what? We're just going to use a button. So this checkbox here is a button that renders its content as if this is selected, if this is in the list of selected rows, then render a check mark icon. Otherwise, render a unchecked box icon. Simple. So that works. But now that I did that, I had time to think about other things that are not as great performance for UI type stuff. One of those things is selecting none or selecting all. Like adding stuff to the list of selected items is fine. It happens pretty decently. There's still like a little bit of extra lag here. There's like a full second before it updates. So I don't like that. And then when you're selecting and deselecting a large amount, then it takes even longer, and that's not a great experience. Right now it's acceptable behavior, but I would like it to be amazing behavior. So one thing that I was thinking is, instead of my state holding a list of selected indexes, I will have my state hold a dictionary of index, comma, Boolean. So int Boolean. And then I can easily look up in that dictionary in linear time. Is it linear time? It's linear time. Maybe it's faster than linear. I don't know. Whatever the lookup, all of you that keep up on this, you'll be able to tell me. And of course, this is why I won't get hired by any major tech companies because I don't know my runtime complexities off the top of my head for a lookup in a dictionary. It's constant time is what it is. Anyway, point is, I'll have a dictionary of, and Thindle sent it to me. Like, he typed it in chat, but before I saw it, he sent it to me, and then I was like, oh, it's constant. Shame on you, you should know. I should know, but I don't care. My applications don't really need that kind of knowledge. So anyway, except of course they do now, because look at my UI, it's already starting to freeze up, and I don't know what that is. It's almost like it's still eating more resources when it's not actually doing anything other than processing a whole bunch of on mouse moves. Look at all of these errors. Yeah, I fixed this. You didn't get the updated code. You did not get the updated code. That was the infinite recursive loop. So what I was trying to say though is that one thing that I was thinking of is have that dictionary, and then instead of looking up in a list, does this list contain this row index number, just say, is dictionary dereferenced at that index true? If it is, then selected. If not, then false. Not selected. Okay. 8-Bit says, oh boy, we're talking big O notation now. No, we're not. I know it's a thing. Hire me. Haven't had a reason to use Signal R hubs yet, so wouldn't be able to help you there. Oh, we're up here. I missed some chat. Thindle said, I think I need sustenance. Definitely keep yourself nourished. Don't go malnourished on account of me. Do y'all put your logic in your Signal R hub? Nope. Or do you set up another client listening for the event to come in and do the logic there? My logic goes in a class library, regardless of where my application lives. But I guess that does mean that my Signal R hub references that library, which means yes, I do put the logic in my Signal R hub. So, yes, and. Okay, haven't had a reason to use Signal R hubs yet, says Dukasoft, so wouldn't be able to help you there. Then Thindle said, in your defense, Lane, I didn't know that until earlier this week either. Yeah, it just happens to be. But since I read about it like Tuesday, it was fresh. Big O notation. Yeah, runtime complexity. And what's the other complexity? There's runtime complexity, and there is the other one, theta. What's theta? Time complexity. Sorry, big O is time complexity, isn't it? Time complexity. And what notation is used to express runtime complexity? Maybe it's not called runtime complexity. Maybe runtime complexity is time complexity and I'm thinking of something else. Time complexity analysis. Yeah, this was a long time ago. Space complexity is what I was trying to think of. How much memory does it use and where is it stored? Is it on the heap or is it on the stack? That's the other thing that I was trying to think of. Goodness. Yeah, computer science stuff was cool to learn in theory, but again, in practice, I haven't really needed to use it because these applications aren't that heavy and they don't have that many users, but I could definitely see needing to know this information if I was working on a larger, more widely distributed app. Okay, oh yeah, 100%. I was thinking where it's called from. Tuck. Spelled however you feel like spelling it. Cyclomatic. Is it better to have a stack of heaps or a heap of stacks? It depends on how much memory you have and how fast you can read from that memory. Okay. Don't forget about Duca code complexity. I already did, I'm sorry. Here's how I do performance optimization. When it gets slow, I run it in the profiler and start looking at the place where the red graph is longest. But how do I do that with my UI stuff? The analyzer in, what is this called? In Chrome, in DevTools, I tried to use it before, but I was having trouble understanding what I was seeing. So for example, checking and unchecking this box. Like I see this stuff and I'm like, I see an event click, which must have been me clicking on the box. Let's do this one. And then a function was called, and this is the waterfall that happened and how long it took. But I have no idea how to read this or use it. Yeah, this looks like minified Java. A lot of WASM stuff. Yeah, but I mean, we can definitely see that there is an issue when I click a button. It takes a long time for it to respond in the UI. And it's mostly due to rendering. I guess I can read this a little bit. So most of this is a rendering issue. There is a lot of painting as well, if this is this color. Hard to tell. And then whatever this one is. Yeah, not all of these colors are in the chart. Dang it. This is like some kind of pale green. Anyway, moving on. I don't want to get stuck on that at the moment. We need to move on. So if I recall, you can attach the VS Analyzer to your Blazor app too. Yes. Again, I don't know how it does with UI responsiveness. Nerdharder says, it is a blessing and a curse working on the size of apps I work on. Easier because they're smaller, but don't experience the challenges which create the greatest learning opportunities with larger distributed applications. True. Well, still render if you put everything in a component. It is in a component. I just received an Amazon package, so unboxing, I guess. Did you get your printer? Is that your printer? Yesterday, I received the gaming table. Sunny Geeks. Modular table, gaming table. So we just got this yesterday. And we set it up, and oh my gosh, it was heavy. But it is so well made. We got the LED strips on the side. It was an optional thing. It's modular because you can remove these drawers. You can use different toppers on the drawers. You can have another type of Oh, they have leaves, so you can put all of the leaves on the table and make a full just regular flat tabletop. There are these laptop tray type things. Oh, this is if we had an actual GM. There's a GM station, but we didn't get this. But there is this really cool laptop tray. Why don't any of you guys have it? This is so weird. But what you do is you take one of the drawers and you put it on the inside of the table, and then it's another piece of wood that sits between the two, and then you have a larger flat surface. Yeah, but I really like being able to put the leaf on there partially, the eave on there partially, and then you have another large flat space. Yeah, that's really cool. And they have a 2.0 version coming out. But man, it is super high quality. The packaging for it when it got here was torn up. It was bad looking, but then when we took everything out, not a single scratch. Ever seen this error? JS disconnected exception. JS interrupt calls cannot be issued at this time. This is because the circuit has been disconnected and is disposed. Two things. In Blazor server, that happens anytime there is an unhandled exception because it disconnects the circuit on exception. Two, even if, and I have no idea how to tell when, but even if your JavaScript stuff is only ever called in your on after render, come on table. Have you seen this error before? The one where the file doesn't even show up on your screen? Goodness grievous. But yeah, so even if you have your code in on after render, your JavaScript interrupt code on after render, it still throws that for some reason on occasion. Where's my So first thing that I would recommend checking is where you're doing your JavaScript call. Is it happening at least after the page is rendered once, or the component has rendered once? And second, are there any calls or any other functionality that's happening after first render that might be happening asynchronously that would trigger another render? And I think, like, my guess is that second render, because that's what was happening to me, that second render is interrupting the first render, and so your JavaScript interrupt is not actually available. It's happening long after render. I believe the exceptions are handled. Oh. But yeah, the second render, if it's already rendered once, then you have a valid JS runtime, because that's tied to the component itself. And if it's rendered, then the JS runtime. No, there's something else. Random, I think. Okay, I'll get to your random in a second. There is something else that happened recently. Oh gosh. I needed to move my JavaScript interop somewhere else. No, this is how I fixed it. I remember what it is. Oh, we need the code open. It's still happening, and so I did a workaround. So the answer is yes. It's still happening. I don't know what's causing it, but I know how to do a workaround. what is happening is that my code is calling a refresh to a backend application, which in turn reloads my page. My app lives inside another app. Oh, so if your page is getting refreshed while an interop is happening, that could also cause the issue. Is this your fix for the PWA service worker stuff? But it's random. Not service worker. Okay. Just checking. I know what you meant. Okay. I needed something to run. Specifically, it's not something. It's something very specific. I needed random thing to run when one situation happens and then it makes another thing happen so that things happen in the app, you know? I'm really good at describing things. Hello, really good at describing things. I'm Bardaki. Speaking of, I haven't been lurking on anyone's stream today. I feel bad. Feels bad, man. Okay, the whole scrolling synchronization thing, I'm doing that via JavaScript because if I try to do that using C#, there is a major delay between using a C# event handler for something that happens 1,000 times a second, like a on mouse over event, for example, which should no longer, dang it, it still is. Okay. But for the scroll sync, I need to set up I need to call the JavaScript to tell these two tables to synchronize after the second table is done loading, because at the time it won't have an ID that's rendered in the DOM, an element with that ID in the DOM, and 2, a JavaScript runtime. So to fix that, I wait for on after render, and then I do a JavaScript call that says, tell me if this element's ID appears, if an element with this ID is in the DOM. And if it is, then call it rendered. And this happens on after render every time, which kind of sucks. Because I am still doing this JavaScript call on every render of this table, which could be one of the places that I'm having rendering issues, but this should be relatively fast. It's a small method, small function, but there is still, you need to go to JavaScript, hand it the text, get the stuff back from JavaScript, turn it into C#, and then, yeah. I can't, because if the table ID doesn't exist in the DOM after first render, then this won't ever check again, and I need to know as soon as this thing is rendered. That said, I could put an observer on the entire DOM, and anytime because it's always going to be this class, it's always going to be a preview data table, preview output table class. Whenever there's a change to the DOM where the preview output table class is either getting added or removed from the DOM, then do a .NET invoke from JavaScript and then have a handler in my code. Yeah, listen for it instead of asking for it. Yeah, setting up the DOM listener is pretty easy. I have to go look it up though. Yeah, we'll figure that out though. We definitely will. Right now, the thing that I have been working on all day and all day yesterday after I got the button checkboxes to work nicely is this event here. And I honestly thought that I resolve this. So on mouse move, all it's doing is when there is a JavaScript on mouse move, forward the mouse move event to this div. And then what I want to happen is for the associated correlated row straight across from it to also hover. That way I'm using CSS for the hover effect. And what I think is causing the hover lag that gets worse and worse is my console log. But I have the console log because I want it to tell me if I am infinitely calling this thing. And I am, according to this, even though I resolved that. Let's just double check. I know that I resolved it. I know it. I know it in my heart. Oh, yep. And the old JavaScript file is there. What happened, what I'm pretty sure happened, is I did the git pull and it updated my TS mapper funcs.ts, but this is in git ignore because it's generated, so I'm not checking it in unless I need to. So it's showing that there's a change. Wait, it's not in git ignore. Anyway, point is that it's still the old version of the compiled JavaScript. I even still have the to-do in there. And if we look at my TypeScript, it's still there. This is not the right. Am I sure I pushed? I fixed this. No, it couldn't pull is what happened. Because I have a pending change. Okay. This is what I get for paying attention. And by paying attention, I mean not paying attention. And how do I have a commit? No, that was an incoming change. Never mind. Just kidding. Okay, so now you can see that the method no longer has the issue. Hello, Jamie. Welcome back to you. That's a lot of console chatter. I've seen that on sites as well. Not sure what those devs were thinking. They just forgot to remove the console log. How did you not have the latest code locally? Because I work on that computer on non-streaming days. I sit on a couch in front of a big ass TV. All right, code. So I logged into it, pushed the changes, and tried to pull, but it had a conflict. Okay, but we can see that I have the updated code now. Handle and clone mouse event. I sit on a throne of lies. I mean, you sit on a couch or a throne of lies. Just a couch. Just a couch. Our basement is getting there. The next thing I think that we're gonna get are some thrones for the gaming table. Maybe with roller casters on the bottom and maybe a area rug for under the table so that we don't ruin the carpet. The lights are going. They're going. And then the other thing that I want are some LEDs for the corners and stuff. And I'll let, they're currently connected to Wi-Fi and stuff. So I know how to do that. I'll probably add some redemptions for being able to change the light colors and stuff like that. It'll be fun. Okay, so Jamie is asking, how do you handle clients that want more than what they originally agreed to monetary wise? You say that you need a contract amendment. What are you called? I have one of these. Nerd Herder will be able to talk to this too. Yeah, I guess great question. Do you have a contract? If they're a client, you should have a, regardless of whether you're freelancing or not, you should have a contract, a written contract that has scope. Um, so if it is currently additional work that is not towards the original goal, aka scope creep type stuff, then this is where you can start formalizing your agreement with them and indicate that you would like a contract to show the scope of work. Any additional work outside of the contract will be additional cost. What is the name of this? Modification. They're just called contract modifications. I typically ensure that what they request is what they want. I make sure to ask them that before the contracts even start. So you do have a contract. It's just not formalized for scope, right? Thindle says, I know that LED in your computer gives 5 extra FPS. What does it do to your gaming table? It makes it move faster. It 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 goes at the speed of light now. Um yeah, so anything that is not within the scope, so definitely number one is have clearly defined scope in your contract. These are the products, these are the services, whatever it is, and then indicate that anything outside of that scope will need to be a modification on the contract, but it will also cost extra money for the extra effort. If there isn't already a scope listed in the contract, I would still ask them to formalize in the contract current scope. And that way you can just have that to reinforce you are a single freelancer developer, not a team of developers, and you're happy to add these additional features. But they would need to decide whether it will be worth their investment in you, because you'll need to split up your time now between what you are already implementing and these additional features, or just let you continue and finish the product as is, as previously defined. It was so close. So close. So that's how I would handle it. And I mean that honestly. I am not a in your face kind of person. Um I will show you that in a couple seconds. Um I'm not a aggressive assertive person typically. But when I approach my client is amazing, by the way. The people that I talk with that handle the contract, that are the actual customers themselves, the users of the applications, they're amazing. They ask for a lot, but I can be candid with them in a very relaxed kind of way, human to human, adult to adult kind of way. And if you have clients that you can't talk to like they're adults and they don't treat you like you're an adult, probably shouldn't have that as a client, have them as a client. But um, if possible, when you're negotiating these things with them, try to be relaxed. Like you're speaking with another human being that is competent. They know what they're asking for, and you know your abilities, and they trust you to know your limits and know this is going to be extra work. It's a lot of stuff that you're asking me to do. So let's be candid. Let's be human. Let's be real. All right. So the thing that I did nerd herder was on after render for the thing. Oh, well, gosh, dang it. So it doesn't really work then, does it? My situation was that I have another um, component. Where's my other component? Okay, so I have another component that requires a specific element to be on. It's got to be in here. Yeah, okay. So I have a parent component called the data file mapper that is waiting for the preview div and table inside of that div to be visible so that it can run this JavaScript interop call to synchronize element scrolling, this one here. And so it can't do this until that element is rendered on screen. But no, that's still not what my issue was. My issue was definitely that I was trying to access this JavaScript module before the JavaScript runtime was ready. I know that that's what the issue was. I just don't know where I was using that. Thindle says, yeah, I work in 3 different ways set price, which means 100% set scope. If they want a deviation from the initial offer, that's a change that needs to be documented and estimated. I have running cost, which is just you pay me per hour. If you change something, it's more hours. And their resource contracting, which is also known as ass and chair. Yeah, so there is fixed fee, which is the first one that Thindle said. There's time and material, which is the second one that Thindle said. And I have no idea what the third one is. I've never heard of resource contracting. I'm assuming it's more like a salaried employee. Well, let me see all of my references to file.js mapper because I'm certain I was having that error, that exact error. This could be my workaround. If you know that your JavaScript is, actually, how do you have your isolated JavaScript set up? Do you have a JavaScript file that just has the window.js funcs or whatever equals, and then your object that's just a collection of functions that you can call from your JavaScript? Or do you have it set up in the isolated JavaScript way where when you, okay, so the first one, because this approach here is one that Steve Sanderson brought up a while ago, and that is to have this kind of a class that represents a JavaScript module. So isolated JavaScript was one thing. That usually looks like private IJS object reference. Oh my gosh, just do JS with a private IJS. Oh, task of, my bad. And then private task of IJS. So you don't have to do it this way, but this is typically how it's set up. Where you do this null coalescing thing. Where the underscore or the JavaScript reference doesn't get initialized until you are ready to use it. So in order to use this thing, I would ask for JS. And what this does is if it's the first time trying to run this, then it will initialize the JavaScript backing variable. Otherwise, this has already been invoked once, so it just returns whatever it resolved to previously. And then you import the module itself, and then this is like an individual instance of that JavaScript that you can now use in this component. So that's one thing that you could, but that's refactoring. That's a lot of refactoring. But again, this technique is called isolated JavaScript. And on top of that, your isolated JavaScript file, just like your isolated CSS, could be in a .js file as well, and it knows how to read these correctly. I would have to look up how to use it again. I've forgotten already. But that's another way to be able to do your JavaScript isolation. Since you are using JavaScript interop with just that one file that has the window dot whatever equals array of functions. Window dot js funcs, and then some function. Yeah, sure, we'll do it like that. Some other function. Sure, we'll keep going. We'll see how far this thing takes us. Oh, scroll element into view. Then you have your C. Well, you can either now just use JavaScript runtime and call. And I'm not saying this for your benefit, nerd herder. I'm sure you know this. This is for anyone listening that doesn't know anything about JavaScript interop in Blazor. But this is how you register an object to window. Thank you. Thank you, Hassin Usin. Thank you so much for letting me know that. That is a lot. 10 million digits of pi. That's crazy. Congratulations on being able to type that much. I'm sure you typed them one by one too. But anyway, here it is. And then if you want to call the JavaScript, I should have a JS runtime in here. Then you would do, wait, JS runtime dot invoke. Either invoke void async if it's just a thing that it doesn't have a return, or invoke async with a return type. And you would actually put the name of the object that you added to the window dot. And so now it's going to use the JS funcs dot add subtract, whatever one of these that you're calling. If you're doing the isolated JavaScript, you need to write it in JavaScript module form, which has these exports in it. Okay, so that's enough of that. Now, back to Nerd Herder's situation. To restate it, thank you. Yeah. Oh, so you are able to just do refresh? So you're not doing window dot, are you, then? You're not doing window.js funcs equals? Or you're calling the built-in refresh function. Is this built-in? Okay, so it's your own custom function called refresh, and it's just a regular function refresh. Yeah, I totally thought that you had to register whatever JavaScript you wanted to run in JavaScript interop inside of window dot. Probably just because that's how it was back in the day when it first came out, and I didn't learn anything new. Or it's just I didn't know. Okay, so anyway, he has a JavaScript file that has a whole bunch of functions in it, and he can call it because it's being loaded. Right. And with the why did I call this isolated? This is just interrupt. With the with this approach, by the way, the reason that I don't use it much anymore is because I don't know. I don't know Nerder. It's just the way that I learned it from Blazing Pizza when I was first learning Blazor. Um, when you are doing not isolated, when you're doing regular JS interop, um, in this format where you like the way that I thought, where you register this object to window and then add all of these functions, um, you also need to make sure that you import the script or that you reference the script in your index.html slash app.razor slash whatever version of Blazor you're using, whatever file is your main index page. But with the isolated JavaScript, you are referencing the file in the module, in the class, in the component that is using that module. And the thing that you're actually invoking from your regular JavaScript is import. And it's giving you back an IJS object reference. So yeah, I really, really, really love Steve Sanderson's approach to doing JavaScript interop. It's really, really nice. Really quite very nice. But that said, we still have a situation that I'm trying to restate for what is going on with Nerd Herder's code. He has a single function that is just in a JavaScript file that when he calls it using JS interop, using await underscore JS runtime dot invoke void async, call the thing, pass in the ticket ID. He is getting an exception that says JS disconnected exception. Yeah, and again, the only places that I have seen the JavaScript disconnected exception is when Blazor server actually errors and is no longer able to do anything ever. Your refresh, is it happening after your refresh? So like instead of being when the refresh happens, like this refresh here that you told me is in your code, that actually refreshes the browser, correct? Uh-oh. Oh no. Come on, I thought I was onto something. Don't throw another wrench in there. While we're waiting, shout out to Dukasoft, who has been an amazing and is always an amazing mod. So many people's channel. He's a great person to be around. You'll see him everywhere supporting anyone that he can. He's just wonderful and amazing. Crapteen, I believe so. So the refresh function gets called from me, from his code, which in turn refreshes the outer application. My application lives inside of this application, thus my page is then also refreshing. Okay, so it's still going to be a similar situation. What I think might be happening is if your page that is telling the your component that's telling the browser to refresh is getting disposed during the JavaScript interrupt call, then your JavaScript runtime is also getting disposed. He ate the pie. No. That was 10 million 10 million digits of pie. I'll miss you. Yeah, absolutely, Dukasoft. You're amazing. I love having you here. You're so helpful and you're just amazing to be around as it is. I think something like that might be happening. Yeah, and I got that from this Reddit post where they were talking about they have a dispose where they're trying to what they're essentially doing is interrupting the JavaScript interop. And you're not doing it on purpose. It's just happening by virtue of the pages getting destroyed and refreshed while this code is running. And so your JavaScript runtime call, your await.js invoke, is still in the process of running while the component itself is getting destroyed. Because this hasn't returned yet. This is doing the refresh browser functionality still. You can, but remember that the JavaScript can operate on the browser independent of the C# code. So even if you awaited your, which you are awaiting it, or can I just not await it? Possibly. Possibly. Yes. I don't really recommend it. I mean, like, there might be a different way to approach it, but if you are looking for something that could be a quick fix that is manageable and you can refactor later, definitely see if you can just do a fire and forget. However, I would still recommend using a technique that I learned from Brandon Sanderson. And it's introduce new characters as often as you can, timeline jump 1,000 years into the future, kill off certain characters, lose the plot for some other characters, make one sit on a tree stump and just disappear from the storyline for the rest of time, even though they're one of my favorite characters. Sorry, that was Steve Erickson, not Brandon Sanderson. What is Brandon Minnick? Brandon? Is his name Brandon? Safe, fire, and forget. It is. I remembered a name. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I remembered a name. So he has this really, really good approach for doing a safe fire and forget. You don't lose your error call stack. Instead, you get back an aggregate error, but you still get to do a fire and forget without needing to await for something that you don't care about. Yeah, it's a great talk. You are absolutely right. I've watched it like 8,000 times by now. And he's done this talk multiple times, so find a version that works for you, but it's the same content. He has a really, really good fire and forget functionality for not awaiting async or not awaiting tasks. without the whole issue of task.run and then your exceptions get swallowed and it just crashes silently. Absolutely. But yeah, it was your thought anyway. Can I just not await it? Because if you await it, then the JavaScript runtime is still going to be waiting for some kind of return message. And and this is invoke void, so there should be no return that you're waiting for. So yeah, I think you're right. Oh, I hope it works. Oh, I still wanted to see what this one said. Why are you doing this inside of a... Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I totally read this wrong. I thought that this was an entity framework thing that they were trying to do inside of a component. It's not. It's not. So validate user, the username and signature, contraseña, password probably. Yeah, password. A user secret. Yeah. Well, it's it's not necessarily. Do you happen to be doing this in an async void method? Because that's not going to be an issue when you do fire and forget anyway. But I don't think you would be, since it's something that you are triggering and it's not like an event that is firing and you have to handle it using a synchronous method callback. Async task. Yeah, cool. So you should be good. So that's not an issue. But I still wouldn't accept this as the reason for this person's issue, which they did change to a task. Okay. Class that runs the click event needs to implement iDisposable. The JS circuit isn't disposed of properly, so a new event will attempt to use a JavaScript circuit that is no longer valid. Oh, okay. So here's a little bit more information. And you can continue ignore, or not continue. You can ignore me from here on because you have something that you're going to try. But a little bit more information is that the JavaScript circuit for the component that you're in, or the one that the user is in, or not user, but the other side that you're telling to refresh is in, could be trying to reuse an existing JavaScript runtime circuit on the server. Again, assuming you are using Blazor server. So it could be trying to use a JavaScript runtime on the server that was disposed, but it was acting like it's still available. So needing to do an actual cleanup of your JavaScript runtime somehow in iDisposable. Most likely iDisposable async. iAsync disposable, sorry. That could also be it. So that's just another thought. I don't know what it means fully because I don't know how to manage the JavaScript runtime manually. It would also explain the randomness of it. Yeah. So like even in my components that use a JavaScript runtime, yeah. So JS runtime isn't disposable. So the only thing that I could imagine doing in your iDisposable or iAsync disposable, most likely just regular iDisposable, is to have a cancellation token source that you use with your request as well. So you're doing some kind of requests, invoke void async, and you should be able to pass in a cancellation token, right? Yeah. So you use a cancellation token source to generate a cancellation token, which would go here. This would be earlier in my code. Private cancellation token source. And then you would do underscore CTS dot. Well, doesn't matter if you cancel the previous one or not, because I think it's only going to get called once anyway. And then underscore cancellation token source equals new. And then you do token from that token source. Then on dispose, yeah, and in this case, it would just be a regular dispose, but on dispose, you would cancel your token source, send a cancel request. That way it stops the JavaScript runtime stuff, and then dispose the cancellation token source, and that way your JavaScript runtime is no longer used. It's a thought. You probably don't have to go through all that. I would definitely try your just do a fire and forget. See how that goes. But that is an option. And if you missed it, the VOD will be up. So when the app loads, it loads in some JavaScript to communicate with a remote server to get authentication information, and that object may be expiring, but I don't know how to check its state or keep it alive. Yeah, and I really don't know how to do any kind of, and I kind of remember hearing this in a recent video, but I don't know how to do a check for, is this JavaScript runtime object ready to be used? I remember hearing, and it was probably on the same video that I got the JavaScript module approach that Steve Sanderson uses, where it's like, if you want to make sure that your JavaScript runtime will work, make sure that you only ever call it on after render. Like, make sure that on after render happens at least once, essentially, before using your JavaScript. And then for you, it's now when the page reloads, check the JavaScript runtime object that you got back and see if it's still a valid JavaScript runtime object. And if it isn't, figure out how to get a new one that is a valid JavaScript runtime object. Yeah, that does not sound easy. But yeah. Yes, you are quite welcome. All right. So, Sunny Geeks. Captain says, we as society should agree that JavaScript was a mistake and just move on. Oh, I would have, been more adamant to agree with you, or in my agreement with you. Now I can only be jokingly adamant, because I have a need for JavaScript. Well, I guess if there was another approach for this, then that would be cool. But right now, JavaScript happens to be the best approach for the UI stuff that I'm trying to achieve. Projects. Okay, and that UI stuff, there are two things that I really wanted to get working. One of them we have working beautifully and perfectly. The other one, I'm still trying to figure out why we're getting recursive loops that don't stop believing. And number 3, we need to figure out why I left code in here that is broken. We're going to do that one first. This is why I should not do sample stuff in my actual work product. I think it's still rebuilding. No, it just didn't even rerun. Same with PHP. Jeez. Hmm. You know what? There was a thing that I said I would read later that Thindle wrote way up here, and it was off topic. So now that we are back to a thing where we don't need to be on topic, it also looks like a table that you should eat, drink at. Yep. Okay, I'm way up here, man. So that entire thing was way up here. Here was Jamie's question, and it was just after or just before Jamie's question. So there's big O notation. There's automated realms being passive aggressive at big gamey. Cyclomatic. I remember that. It's like looking for a haystack in a field of needles for a stack of heaps or a heap of stacks. Here's how I do performance optimization. When it gets slow, I run it in the profiler. We talked about that. Ooh, I just got a delivery too. Blessing and a curse. App sizes. Will it still render everything if you put in a component? Yeah, I'll still look at that. I was wanting to turn each row of data into a component. The problem is that for this data table, it's accepting an arbitrary shape of data. When we load a file, we don't know what columns are going to be coming in. Plus, I have set it up to where the user can override the rows themselves. It's almost a data grid, but not. It's not a data grid. I wish I was better at making data grids, but that's the one thing that I have failed at consistently. I start making a data grid. I think I'm going in a good direction. I'm applying the new things that I've learned, and it's like, data grids are hard. Data grids are hard. So anyway, I wanted to turn each row in this data table into a component, and that way the checked, unchecked goes with the component itself, that one row of data, instead of this entire data table component needing to re-render its body. And then it pretty much does a re-render for every single thing that's getting checked or unchecked. And it re-renders, I check this, re-render, check this, re-render. And that happens when I click that button. And that's why I think it takes so long. Maybe. All right, here's Nerd Herder's question. And then just after that, random. I think I found the best tool ever since someone decided YAML is a good way of writing configs. JSON to YAML formatter. That's really helpful. Can I have that? Next random, I'm out and sustaining myself, and apparently you came back or you never left to go sustain yourself. Eat food. Oh, I have this. I have this one. I used it a lot at the previous place that I worked at, but it wasn't for JSON to YAML. It was XML formatting is what I was using it for. I remember this. Yes. Okay, we're good. Thank you for that, though. I do like that tool a lot. That's a lot of console chatter. And then Jamie had his question. We talked about it. Did we fully respond to you, Jamie, by the way? I hope I didn't half answer you. Add a grid. That's right. Okay, so here's where we're at. I'm using JavaScript for the scroll synchronization, where if I try to do this using Blazor, using C# event handling, yeah, there. See, it's not continuing too far anymore. So in order to get the two tables to scroll the same, I'm getting the div elements that are the containers that have the scroll on them. Then I said on scroll of container 1, update the scroll position of container 2, of div 2. So synchronize the scroll from container 1 to container 2. And then I do the same thing on container 2 and tell it to update the scroll position on container 1. That way they're both scrolling at the same time. When I was doing that using C# event handling at on scroll, one, I couldn't set the scroll position of container 1 unless I used JavaScript interop. Two, when I did, it was going very, very slow. But now it's extra smooth. I do this all in JavaScript. When I hide the table, I remove the scroll synchronization, but I don't remove the on mouse over synchronization. That's bad. Where did we find that data file mapper? Thank you. You guys are so awesome. Remove mouse scroll synchronization from ID. That's the import table. We need to remove it from the preview table, which, how do I get the preview table's name? Here we are. Preview output table ID ref. Wait, no. It should be on the import table because that's the one that has the mouse move. And I do need to look at this method more. I wish I could F12 on this, and it takes me to the JavaScript. Wait. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, are you taking me to the JavaScript file? That would have been awesome. Mind blown. Okay, what does the remove do? Source element. Yeah, I'm just setting all of these to null. So I think what's happening is this isn't the way that you clear this. I think you need to do some kind of remove event listener when you do set event listener. Yeah. And then we just tell it the name of it, right? Mouse over. Nope. Expected 2 to 3 arguments, got 1. Yeah, that sucks because this is an anonymous listener. And it's like, how exactly do I do that? Because I don't have the, I just want to clear it out. I just want to, let me ask the interwebs. Hello, Abatus. Happy Friday to you. I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. I am doing my day job stuff, but I mean, we still are technically having a community day. I just need to adjust the way that I build a client. But it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. We're fine. I need to ask the interwebs how to remove event JavaScript event listener when actually just give me all of the ways to remove an event listener. The thing is, it's not my function. Yeah, like all of these are named functions, right? They aren't anonymous functions like this. This is an anonymous function. And so if this is so weird to read. Mouse over, click target, remove action or remove event listener. Whatever. So what I want to know is how do I remove an event listener when the event is created like this? Give me that example. I know. Thank you, Stack Overflow. Poor president. I'm sorry. Should have warned you. Hi, Blind. I'm Dukasoft. This is just keeping an array of listeners. This is keeping an array of listeners. I mean, that's kind of dumb, though. I don't want to have to keep like a dictionary of listeners that say when I'm trying to remove this listener of this type for this element, then get the actual listener itself from up here. But what else am I going to do? Right? Right? Um, evidence. Okay, we're going to disassemble and ask Gemini. That's right. We're asking. I could ask Copilot in Visual Studio. I have an event listener I am registering in JavaScript. How do I use remove event listener to remove this in another method that doesn't have the parameters used in the handler? Okay, synchronize mouse elephants. I'm just going to do it like this. I was only going to give him one of them, give it one of them. If not, what should I use instead? Okay, you got this, Gemini. The most straightforward approach is to store the functions you want to remove later. If event handling logic is more complex, create a named function. I have a named function, except that I don't know how to manually add other parameters. I'm sure you have been asked before, but why do you use Gemini instead of the numerous other AIs? I use Gemini because when it opens in this browser, it doesn't open with my history expanded. And if I use ChatGPT, then it opens expanded. I don't know any others. I haven't been using the chat window in Visual Studio, which I should. How can I refactor the remove scroll mouse events synchronization method to remove the listeners from the provided element selector, and I do not have access to the other parameters. Used add event listener in okay. It's probably going to be the same answer though. Store these handlers and then, yeah, create a map. Create a map. It's almost exactly the same methodology. We're taking it though. It seems to be the easiest way to do it. I'm going to put these variables here for now, but I'm going to move them up to the top. Thank you, Big Amy. So amazing. The Copilot window in Visual Studio is so slow compared to VS Code. It's very annoying. Yeah, I just don't like the needing to resize it and stuff. I guess I could just leave it unpinned. But I don't actually know how to do that. Can you stay unpinned? Can you stay with the properties window? Yeah, let's do that. Pin properties, put Copilot chat with the properties window, unpin that or tool window. That way you can stay that size and I can make you bigger. Since I will collapse you when I don't need you anymore. Okay, that's doable. So we're going to make the event handlers map. We're going to grab a reference to the event listeners, and then we're going to store them in the map. Here's the map, here's the map, here's the map. Then, when we're going to remove them, I'm just going to take the code directly from Copilot. So for those of you watching at home who are new to software development and you're thinking, man, is that really all software development is? You just ask Copilot a question and you copy paste the code. Notice that the other thing that I'm doing while I am copying and pasting code is reading through the code and understanding what it's doing. If you can explain that to yourself, then continue forward. If you can't explain what it's doing, look it up, see what it's doing. And then you'll learn more through understanding the patterns that it's spitting out at you. Insert quack here. All right, let's take a look at this. So, Big Amy, are you wanting for me to have a distracted stream today too? Just so that I can feel what it felt like. I have distracted turned on. That's why that came out wrong. We're taking it though. Wait, what? That was some. Are you guys getting audio lag? We're taking it though. It seems to be the easiest way to do it. I'm gonna put these variables here for now, but I'm gonna move them up to the top. Oh my gosh. It's payback for having me as a mod. Oops, I spelled that wrong. Oh dear. All right, so you don't really need to switch away from Copilot window. Oh, you can select what model you use. You can select Claude there in that drop down. There in that drop down. Let me read all of your stuff, President. Not sure, because right, the Copilot window in Visual Studio is so slow compared to VS Code. It's very annoying. You can select what model you use. You can select Claude there in that drop down. Oh, this one here. I can't select Claude. So you don't really need to switch away from the Copilot window. Claude is only in VS Code, apparently. Crapteen says, I asked Copilot, copy, paste, run it, then spend like 3 hours working out why it doesn't work. Not recommended, but only my opinion. Here it comes. You can use your AI assistants however you want. I'm just recommending that if you are wanting to understand how to code and you want to make a career out of this or a hobby even, where you create amazing things, then I recommend that when you get code from Copilot or ChatGPT or whatever other source you can get code spit out to you from, that you read and understand what it's doing. See if it's appropriate for what you're trying to do. And I do think that this was very appropriate for this. Oh, except that I didn't even use these. Be helpful if I actually used it then. Here we go. Hello, Frank. Happy Friday to you. Shout out to Frank. I haven't seen very many of your streams lately, and I think you told TBD why, that you just haven't been able to. But if you guys don't know, F. Bucheros, Frank, he's an amazing, amazing developer. Great with C#, great with instructing and information. And he was recently seen doing some Blazor stuff, which I love Blazor if you didn't know. But yeah, maybe I just don't have notifications turned on so that I could actually see when you go live, or you just haven't been going live recently. President Usher says, yes, let's. It's been at least 3 weeks. Okay. So yeah, I am crazy, just not about that. So yes, you still need to understand. And again, it's just opinions. You don't have to. You could make a living putting stuff into AI and just copying and pasting whatever it spits out. I'm sure you could. And if you can live with yourself doing that, kudos to you. I just couldn't do it myself. And I do use AI, by the way. I'm also not afraid to use AI or voice that I use AI. I am afraid of people discrediting me because I do. And I mean in more areas than just asking it for questions on software or real world issues, but I do use it for image generation stuff as a hobby for fun and music generation to learn from. But I'm using it in the same way that I would use Copilot for Visual Studio, for example. It gives me code, I read through the code, I understand it, I adapt it, or I adopt it, or both. So same with music, same with images. Learning skills, for example. AI is nice to brainstorm as well. Nerd. I mean, you're here. We were all here because you're here. Ergo, everyone here is a nerd. I use AI in programming so I can pretend I am smart like. Oh dear. Creating regexes is still my fave use for ChatGPT. Oh, so true. I've gotten better at regex because again, that's one of those things that I looked up often and I described what it's doing. And the thing that really, really got me to learn regex is global find and replace. And I still have regex turned on. But being able to do root queries for anything that is a space character, at least one of them be greedy or be be greedy. I think it's greedy. Followed by a non-space character, at least one, followed by a space open curly brace. And now I've selected everything that is some kind of opening. Ew, except that I'm selecting things. But anyway, I know what all of this stuff means because I've done enough of these out of necessity for global find and replaces. And I mean global, entire solution. So it's fun. The reason that I like to do these things manually is because of the joy of if I get it right, especially if I get it right on the first time, there's such a dopamine hit. And if I don't get it right, then it's like, what did I do? And then I figure it out and it's like, ah, and then there's still a dopamine hit. So anyway, point is fun times. What are we doing? We are making sure that the event is being removed when I hide the preview table. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, and then I say that I'm like, I'm okay with putting it out there that I use AI for things. You don't have to be okay with that. You don't have to agree with it. You are allowed to dislike it and dislike people that use AI. I just hope that you are respectful as well when you voice your opinions about that. But note that it's only an opinion for me and it is not a anything else. What is he trying to say? He doesn't know. Nerd says, okay, Copilot helped me with checking the state. Really? Circuit handler service. So you're creating a class that inherits circuit handler. And so you're kind of like injecting a middleware that just says, also send me information about the circuit. That's awesome. Oh, wait, that's built in. So the circuit handler service is free with the .NET framework. Not to be confused with .NET frame. Naming things. Okay, we're gonna make sure that these mouse events stop happening when I hide the preview window. Okay. There's still mouse events happening. What? Why? All right, let's make sure that we are actually removing. Circuit handler is, this is a service to keep check its state. Okay, so circuit handler is the thing that's built in. You are creating a class called circuit handler service that will give you information from circuit handler. But what about core? Hush, Dukasoft. How dare. How long has the music stopped? I knew that that was going to happen. So I got lazy and I didn't load all of the playlists. So I love Slipstream. It's a great service for being able to play royalty-free music on your stream with a little bit of attribution. Like, you don't have to do the attribution thing. It just helps with any copyright claims and stuff. But that's what you see over there in that corner. And so with their UI, they have this shuffle play, but if you don't expand the playlist all the way, it won't play all of the songs. And so instead of being like an infinite scroll, you have to click on the button every time and then scroll and then click. I usually push the end key, but for whatever reason, end is not registering. And then the other issue is, even if you do this, if you've already pushed the shuffle play button, it's still only going to play the limited number of tracks and then stop after the last one. And this playlist has a lot of tracks, mostly from Purple Cat. I love Purple Cat. Anyway, the other cool thing that happened with Slipstream, though, by the way, is I told them that I wasn't able to install Slipstream as a PWA on a new profile that I created. Yeah, but that's the weird thing, though. It's only the number of songs. So it'll still shuffle play any of the songs in the playlist, but only maximum to the count of songs that are showing. Did that make sense? I'm sure it made sense. So if there were only 10 songs showing, it would only shuffle play 10 songs total from anywhere in the list. Yeah. So I'm thinking of telling them that, because the cool thing that happened was I told them that I couldn't install it as a PWA on a new profile. And here's a screenshot of the dev console that says your manifest is missing these files. If you want it to be able to be installed as a PWA, add these files, blah, 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 blah. They responded almost immediately and they're like, we'll send this over to the dev team and we'll get back to you. Fixed it almost immediately and then said, if there's anything else that you're running into, please feel free to reach out. So then I'm like, oh, sure. Well, there is this thing that would be cool if, or no, I asked the question. I didn't say it would be cool if, because I didn't want them to have to do development on it. And if I hear it'd be cool if, I want to develop it. So I was like, well, I use this for a stream, as I'm sure you guys are intending. Do you have any kind of OBS browser source or widget that could be used for seeing the currently playing song? Because it's something that I know Spotify has. And their response was, it's a great idea. I'll check with the development team and see if they want to put it on the roadmap. I'm like, oh my gosh. Are you like responding to me, first of all, immediately, second of all, cordially, third of all, like I'm actually giving you a suggestion that is worth listening to? I'm not used to being treated like that. So great service from their support team or whoever was responding to that particular email chain. Can recommend. Slipstream, absolutely. No, I didn't mean to skip the song. I just meant to push a button. Oh well, they're all good music. So what was I trying to do? I was trying to go into the JavaScript. So weird. By JavaScript, I mean TypeScript when it loads. Is it slipstream music? I just type in slip.stream. But yeah, it looks like it's slipstream music. So what I did do though is I have added a browser source on the other profile, the one for Monday music streams. Added an OBS browser source, but like you saw, in order for me to get it to play all the songs randomly, I need to click on load more. And I don't know if you've ever had to do the interact button with an OBS browser source. It's not the easiest to navigate around. Which data are you importing? Oh, any data. So let me tell you about this project. This is a data import utility. I'll definitely have documentation up here before we push it to NuGet. But it's intended for you to take any structured, somewhat known that you're going to have a first column of either headers or just data, and then a bunch of rows of data, and transform it to a C# object or a list of C# object that you're wanting. The reason that I started creating it is because we have a requirement at my job that is we're starting to receive data from not really random labs, different labs than the ones that we're used to having. And they're sending us the data in column formats that we're not used to. So in this case, this is the file that we're getting. This one was already pre-formatted. I keep using it because I've already created a template that maps everything, and there's a correct version and one that has errors and all of that stuff. And I got an error just now. Great. We'll get to that. Wait, is this it? JS exception failed to fetch dynamically imported module. Are you pretty much saying that it doesn't exist? I'll recompile it. It'll be fine. So anyway, this is the shape of the file, and it needs to be in this shape. So this is my C# object, and these are the properties in that C# object. So what this does is it provides functionality to be able to map from that imported file to the fields that we're expecting. Some of them are required, so you have to specify them in order for it to not be errored. Wait, that's lab analysis number. Laboratory. Lot number. And then, of course, it does validation, where if you're using something that has too many characters for that field. Wait, I need to find something with a lot of characters. You're in the way. Like the sample number, sample date. Okay, so there are too many characters in the sample date for this field that's only expecting 4 characters, but how does the user know that? They just know that there's an error, so then they go in here and they're like, oh, okay, so the field lot must be a maximum length of 4. I'll improve the messages. Right now it's just the standard default message on data annotation, string length. So the thing that I am doing though is I'm open sourcing the core library of pick a file, a CSV or Excel file, transform it, get a list of C# object out of the other end. This particular application is transform it to an RTrack upload model and push it to the database when the user has configured the mappings correctly. Okay, so let's rerun the app so that we can actually see that happen. And then I'll pick a file that's not in a similar format to the imported file and imported stuff. And there are other features to it, by the way. So when you pick a file, if the column name for a certain field matches similarly to the property name, then it'll automatically map them as copy straight over. The other thing that I guess I forgot to show was when you're configuring the mappings, you are able to transform the values coming in before they get dumped to that output column. So I'll show that real quick with this file. So these are the actual files that we're getting back from the lab. You can see that these column names are nowhere, well, I'm not going to say nowhere near, but they are very different from our output that we're expecting, the one that we're trying to dump to the database. So when we're configuring that, the only one that really matched was matrix. Oh, and prep date and analysis date. But even the matrix field has an error because the matrix that they give us is the full word water, and the one that the database is expecting is 1 character. And so in order to transform this, we would map, or we could do a substring. I'll show both, but we're going to transform anything that says water to W, just in case this file also had air samples or soil samples, and we could add those to the list of mappings. So if it was soil, we would map it to S. If it was air, we'd map it to Q, just because. And so in all of our output, the only unique value is water. Otherwise, we would see expand results and we would see the list of unique values and what their output actually is. And again, because we know this output, what it's supposed to look like, and what we always get from that lab, we could just do a substring, start at 0, get 1 character back. Same thing. The matrix, is any of this real? It is and it isn't. Do we have to call you Neo now? Yes and no. So yeah, so those are the types of transformations. I've also set it to where if something like the file name, for example, is a derived field from multiple fields, which it would be from the installation, which I don't even remember if they have an installation code. So installation code then would be a constant value of PK, maybe, I think. That might be a future feature where you could choose the output value of one of these columns. But for now, we're just going to hard code it. PK underscore dash. And then the next one would be the lot number, which again, they don't actually have a lot number either. Oh, that's going to be really hard. I need to make some new rules, essentially. But analysis batch is the closest that they have to lot number. And finally, the lab ID, which is just called laboratory here. Sampling lab. What? What are you guys called? Analysis lab. Okay, so now we can use some syntax that I hope to have some kind of editor so that they wouldn't have to remember this syntax, but it's pretty much $ curly brace and then whichever one of the fields that you want to display there. And so when we look at the output, then we have PK dash the sample number or whatever this was. I forget what it was, the batch number, and then the name of the lab. So yeah, anyway, lots and lots and lots of stuff. During this process, oh, wait, that's what I could have done. Duh. During this process, I don't know if you noticed, but I am lagged because there's probably a JavaScript thing that's running because I'm now doing the same method twice. Yeah, it didn't unregister the methods. But point is that you could also do the value transformations while doing this combined fields thing. So I could still configure the way that the values get output. So if I wanted to, that batch number, batch, and making this a type ahead list, of course, would be nice. Analysis batch. I would have some sort of lookup where I'm manually specifying that this batch, there's usually multiple batches in a file, but this batch would map to the lot number that we're going to use in the database for it. Because again, lot number can only be 4 characters long, which we need to change if we're going to get lot numbers that are these batch numbers, because it wouldn't make sense unless we had some sort of mapping that we would always use for the original batch number for that sample. Oh my gosh, so many things to think about. Anyway, point is, lots and lots of ways to combine the data together using various mapping rules. Where do the values come from? And then what do you do with the values? The value transformation rules that you can also specify. And right now I only have do a calculation, combine multiple fields for this output, which I really should remove as a value transformation, but I need it because we're going to make a conditional rule. Interpolate, which is literally take all characters, for example, match on all numeric characters. No, just match on all. How do I do this? Just plus, not question mark, not eager. Match on all characters. And now if I added another transformation, this is a transformation pipeline, then I can perform a calculation on the first number you found plus the second number you found, for example, and then specify number of decimal places. So that's how you could use calculation. The other thing that I would want to have in a calculation is some kind of conditional calculation where if some other field was a unit of measure that is different than our final unit of measure, the one that we're going to output to the database, then convert it to that, which I guess could just be called a conversion operation. Looks like you're well advanced in the project. Yeah, I've done a lot of work on it, but this is just one of the applications that I maintain for the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. I also maintain their well lookup and report generator application. I think that's what I'm going to call it from now on. It's just called Water, RMA Water. What a name. And this one has an ArcGIS map that is maintained by an ArcGIS specialist. All of these little points are locations of wells across the installation and treatment systems and other features. Then they have this whole charting thing where they can select a well. Let's select you, for example. And for that well, why are you taking forever? Add. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for being here, though. This add to site set still doesn't work. 23157. But this one works. So you can pick a well, you can generate a chart off of that well, such as what were the water levels over time. See those charted on the chart. There was an entire period of 10 years where we either weren't measuring that well or it actually was dry the whole time, like it was plugged or something. And so we weren't able to collect water level data from it for 10 years. And then we started using it again or something, potentially. But yeah, lots and lots and lots and lots of stuff with that. Then there's the one where we upload the water level data. Then there's the one where we send out samples to the lab, the one where the lab inputs their sample results. and the safety app. Oh gosh, there's just so many, so many. Okay, but that's just a description of that stuff. Dukesoft says, I believe this is the right URL. Yes, it is. Absolutely. And this is open source, free open source, MIT license. Feel free to use it. Feel free to contribute. I will do my best to maintain this for as long as I can. But we are needing to, like, the next thing that I'm going to do on the next community day stream, which was today, is pull over this scroll, this synchronized scroll logic, some more of the UI styling, the out of the box UI styling, and yeah, the updated rules and operations. I remember. So I was going to work on that today, but we had some great conversations going that I didn't want to interrupt them with this. But we'll do that eventually. And then we'll write some documentation. We'll create the NuGet configuration stuff for it. Where else are we? We're trying to find out why, or if, not why, the JavaScript method for removing this event that's getting called here is actually getting called. So that is here, scripts. And the reason I'm able to put the breakpoint in the TypeScript file, by the way, is because I'm using the MS Build TypeScript NuGet package, and it also generates a .map file. And that .map file is essentially pointing each line of JavaScript to a line in TypeScript. Wait, why do you have an error? Maximum call stack exceeded? Why do you don't have that error? Yes, you do. You're still getting that error. Oh, again, that's probably from the before times, before I refresh the page. I hope. Yeah, I think it's before. I hope it's before I refresh the page. Anyway, what we're going to find out is whether remove scroll is being called when I hide the page. It's not. Because I was scroll. Wait, no, I did the right one. I was saying remove scroll, and I was really meaning the mouse event, but thankfully I put the breakpoint in the right method. Okay, so that's the sample number. I could have sworn that I just copied this. Entire solution. Okay, you're supposed to be getting called during update preview, only during update preview, not when preview is hiding. Okay. On show transform preview changed, set timer. Okay, all right. So this is where I am making the mistake. Why was I doing it this way? Oh gosh, I forgot about that. Not only did I change the data table to tell us when it has rendered, to set a flag to let us know when it is rendered, but that means that I can't immediately, when I click on the handle show transfer, or when this thingy was clicked, I can't be guaranteed that by the time this code runs that the table has rendered. And so I created a timer that says wait for 20 milliseconds, 200 milliseconds to give the preview page time to show up in the DOM. Then when that time's out, try to set the scroll sync, but only if it's telling us that it has rendered. And if it hasn't rendered, oh, yeah. I could do it here. I could do it here. I could do it 9 times. If we are no longer showing the transform preview, then await. But oh, I didn't add it to my JavaScript module. Yes, I did. Just kidding. Thank you so much for shouting out Belint Science Streams, who is an amazing streamer, scientists and science-oriented stream content, along with creativity and some real-world stuff where he goes around to zoos and parks and shows you all the science in the world around us. He is a Twitch ambassador. He is just an amazing being. I really should be using the table ID. That's fine. Not scroll. We need to remove mouse events from both. Right? Right. Okay, so when we change whether, yeah, that sucks though. That sucks. Because up here, I was checking for, are we showing the transform? Are we showing the preview? If not, then all we're doing is handle state change. Oh, but this is the set scroll timer. This is now going to be called set handlers times. Handler. Set JS handlers timer. And then you are going to be called handle set JS handlers. Okay, that should be more representative of what this is doing. We are setting or clearing JavaScript time. Thank you so much, Dukasoft. I'm almost done for the day. I'm done in 3 minutes, but I want to know if this works. But you've been amazing. I really, really appreciate you being here. I'm going to sign off for the day, says Dukasoft. Got to go to an indoor playground with the kids tomorrow, so I need all the energy I can get. Combate. Earplugs. Remember your earplugs. Oh. It was starting to reload the page. Whoops. Okay. This is going to work, right? F12 to see the console. We are setting the... Wait, why are you doing remove? It's calling remove first. Actually, that's good because we don't have anything in our event handlers map. Therefore, this should be undefined, so we don't do anything. Good. So it handles not even having an event for the thing that we're trying to remove the event from. Good. Now then, we have set up the event handlers and we can see it in console. And now we're going to hide. And we are hitting the remove scroll synchronization. This source element is null. Oh, yeah. Okay. So this one is specifically for removing it from the preview table, which is no longer rendered in the DOM. And so we should hit it again, but this time for the import table, which does exist and does have an event handler, and we can remove them. And this time, when we try to mouse over the table, no events fire. Yatta. Oh, okay. And then when we try to do this again, we scroll over. Okay, so now the question is, are there two for preview? It's so hard to tell if it's being called twice. I don't think it is. Do we see two sets of the same coordinates? This one. But what is this mouse event? Type. Mouse over. And this one? Mouse move. They are different. So I'm not seeing duplicated mouse events. Oh, it should tell me here. Dang it. I am seeing duplicated mouse events. This last one. Are you really mouse out? You are. Timestamps. Are you guys different? 1, 2, 4, 6, 9, 7, 8 with a bunch of 9s. Yes, they are different. So this one happened a couple of, well, I guess that's still entirely possible that we have duplicate event handlers. Right, and that would be the key. No, because that only matters. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, this is something different. I know what's going on here. We are actually calling this thing twice, but on the second one, original element equals current target, and it's just returning. So we're fine. We're okay. Got it. So we are not duplicating the event handler for the second table, for the preview table. Now the only thing that I have left to figure out, which we'll do on Monday, if I get it figured out in the morning, then I'll tell you during Monday's regular stream time, but is now that I am getting the mouse event on both divs, how can I get the hover effect to appear on the table? And I think number one thing that's happening is I'm doing the mouse move event on the div itself, the thing that has the scroll. And I need to be turning the mouse detection, mouse movement events on the TRs themselves, because that's the thing that we need to tell, all right, you're hovered now. And so CSS would then get the pseudo selector of hovered. And then the styling will apply at that point in time. The other thing that I was doing in order to get this to work was just to tell this thing to get a class called hovered. And it works, but again, there's still that little bit of delay between when you're moving your mouse and the other row has the hover class added to it. And so you kind of get this double hover effect, and it's not great. So I just want to use CSS to do that by forwarding the mouse event to this one, and it's going to work. it will work. But other than that, it's doing what I want. Another thing that we'll do in the future is when we do have one of these unchecked and I push the upload button, instead of just uploading all the records, it will check to see, is that record in the list of selected records? If not, don't upload it. If so, then upload it. Yeah, but right now, it should have given us a message. I could have sworn that I told it to let us know when upload fails, but it's not going to upload, and I did click this button. It's not going to upload because there are errors in the mappings. But yeah, man, that feels good. I'm happy with that. We made a lot of progress. We had a lot of conversation, and I enjoyed my time with you. You guys have been amazing. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to find a raid target. Raid a target from the people that I have not been lurking on. Alright, let me start lurking on. Let's do Oik. It was the only other developer I am comfortable rating currently. Such a weirdo. All right, stick around if you feel like it. We're heading over to It's Oik. He is a game developer working in Unity, doing amazing things. His stream is marked as intended for mature audiences, so if you are not a mature audience, if you are not of age in your country, whatever that means, then please leave. What are you doing here? No, I'm kidding. If you're an immature audience, stick around as long as you're of age. And yeah, everything will be good. Okay, that's it for me from now, though. For now, I'll be back on Monday. The VODs get posted to YouTube. This one will only be on the... I guess it'll be in all 3 playlists. Yeah, it'll be in all 3 playlists. But that's it. Have a great weekend. Have a fantastic weekend. Have the best weekend you have ever had. Even better than the best one you've had so far. I'm going to. I'll share that with you too. Okay, ciao for now. Jeez, why can't I hear you, Oik? You need to be louder. I need to be in your chat. Okay, ciao.